There is an old myth that tells the story of a time when the waters of the earth overflowed and the skies were full of flames. The moon stepped down to earth, and with it came the beings of water. Fulfilled with the knowledge of thousands of years, they brought technologies to humankind, which would hail a new era. However, the beings of water disappeared, leaving nothing behind but their story. And just like so many tales that have gone before, the story passed into legend. It faded from memory and was forgotten until today.
Looking for the entire time.
Don't be so impatient. Soon we'll have command of this technology, and thus of the entire galaxy.
Terrania, capital of Terra, the political center of the League of Free Terrans in the year 1346 New Galactic Calendar, 4934 AD.
What immortality means. Not being able to die for 3,000 years. Having to watch the seeds one sows grow, bloom, and wilt over and over again.
I'm sorry, sir, but we have a problem with the outer defensive shields.
What? 2 billion solar masses in the Milky Way. Enough space for everybody, one would think.
Define problem.
Terrania's defensive shield has been partially deactivated.
Everyone wants what others have. Planets, resources, weapons, life, and immortality. A whole universe full of enemies. Lieutenant, what happened?
I was just coming to see you.
Status report.
I can't give you a report at the moment.
What happened to the defense shields?
Some have been deactivated, and some of the generators were hit. That's all we know right now.
Okay, I want all available forces deployed, and a report on exactly what happened as soon as possible.
I'm sorry, Regent, but the Residence Minister has limited your authority according to Martial Law, Paragraph 13, Section 2.
But that only applies if I'm the one in danger.
That is correct, sir. Reginald Bull has given orders that you may not leave the residence until further notice. That is, until he has contacted you personally. It's for your own security.
And when will that be?
Reginald Bull is currently on a restrictive mission and has ordered an absolute communication blackout for as long as the situation persists.
What?
Until I receive different orders, I must ensure that you do not leave the residence at secure levels and that you do not communicate with anyone beyond these levels. I'm sorry, Regent.
Bully had better have a very good explanation for all this. Anything else?
That is all.
I have to find out what happened here and who's behind this attack. Bully's got to be off his rocker if he thinks I'm going to hang around here until he returns from his so-called restrictive mission. You used to be able to see the whole Milky Way in this globosphere. It doesn't look as though it can be repaired. And the positronics for the door opener also seem to be damaged. Now I can't even get into my own office. Where's a technician when you need one? The debris and shards of the globosphere. It would have taken quite an impact to break this gamma glass. That's Gookie's office. Gookie isn't there, but his door seems to have been damaged during the attack. Surveillance Center. Where in the world am I? This isn't the surveillance center. Something seems to be wrong with the transmitters. Wait a second, where's he off to? They certainly didn't skimp on the artillery. Getting through that turret steel isn't exactly what you'd call a piece of cake. Normally, this is used to recharge the gliders, but this one here seems to be broken.
Oh, hello, Regent. I'm Yuri, Mondra Diamond's hangar attendant. My goodness, what happened?
This is Mondra's hangar?
Yes. Why do you ask? What happened to Mondra? They shot at us.
Calm down, Yuri. It's all over now. I need power for the office level.
That was attacked as well? Oh no. But there are some old temporary and maintenance positronics here in the maintenance room.
What a coincidence. Thanks a lot for the information.
I help wherever I can. How may I help you this time, Regent? Reginald Bull? I don't know anything about him, except that we're both fans of the intergalactic Hotspurs.
One of the many residence chambers that I know nothing about. Looks like the interior of a blues shuttle. Without power, it's hard to say what this terminal is used for.
The temporary power supply for the upper levels of the solar residence has been activated.
A diagram, 936. That's my room number. 479 and 836 are Atlan's and Gookie's, I think. Perhaps I can activate the doors again with this. It's a terminal for manually coordinating the various maintenance units. Perhaps one of them could help me get out of this place. I should definitely get someone to repair it. Nice view of Terrania. It's pretty windy up here. Excuse me, what are you doing there?
Several parts of the outer shield were hit during the attack. I'm scanning the bionic structure with these thermal glasses. Each organism reacts to stress individually and produces heat, like during an infection. I can use these glasses to detect that heat and heal the damage more easily. Yes, the Residence Minister really is one of a kind. But I don't know him.
Can you repair the maintenance terminal in the room back there?
I'm really sorry, but I'm just a bionic. Maybe I can call for someone who would know how to handle that.
That would be very helpful.
That could take a while, though. All the upper-level transmitters are down. I had to be flown in.
Nice view of Terrania. It's pretty windy. Nice view of Terrania. It's pretty windy up here. The debris and shards of the globosphere. It would have taken quite an impact to break this gamma glass. I am a projection of our regent, Perry Rhodan. Here you will see the most important... Thank goodness that's been shut down. Even an attack like that sometimes can have its good points. The singing sounds like a siren. I don't know how Mandra can stand it. That's probably why she's hardly here. All you can see is a bulge where the door plate should be. You'd need X-ray eyes to be able to read the numbers. Mandra has her own idea of privacy. Pretty conceited. Let's see where this transmitter takes me. Residence Parliament. And this isn't the Residence Parliament.
Stop there, Regent Rhodan.
What the...
This is the high-risk safety zone. The airspace above Terrania is not safe.
And what happened here?
Mandra Diamond has been abducted.
What? By whom?
We don't know yet. The robots that assaulted us seem to be of non-Terran origin. An unknown make.
What about the transmitters?
Part of the main positronics controls were hit. Only the last station accessed is active. We're working on it, Regent. But please, you must leave now. I'm under strict orders.
Yeah, from Bully. If I have to. A cleaning robot doing what it does best. Cleaning. May I borrow those?
I need to use them for now, but we can talk about that later. I'd never met you until today, Regent, and now so often. It's just a shame that circumstances are so unfortunate. Mandra Diamond. Mandra. No, sir. I'm sorry, but I can't help you.
How may I help you this time, Regent?
Yuri, when was the last time you saw Mandra?
Mandra? Why? What's wrong with her?
She's been abducted. When did you last see her?
Abducted?
Oh no. I haven't seen her since she parked her glider here this morning.
Did you notice anything unusual about her? Did she seem nervous or anything like that?
No, not really. She was friendly and disorganized, as usual.
Okay, Yuri. Thanks a lot. How am I supposed to find anything here? I don't suppose Bully will ever change, no matter how many cleaning robots he confiscates. A remote control like the one Bully always uses. Perhaps I can use that later. The Marco Polo, our first carrier-class ultra battleship. Back then, they were using the newly developed demisextra drive. I've been on so many expeditions with it. There are no words to describe how much I hate these blue ships. Every time they turned up, it meant nothing but trouble. This one's missing a piece. It just says, Lercier. That name rings a bell. This Discovery-class Omni carrier looks like the Leif Erikson. It is! Nice to see my first flagship among Bully's models. Bully's cleaning robot, poor little thing. There's certainly a lot to do here. An old space helmet. The things we used to wear 1,000 years ago. Goodness knows what we looked like back then. But it was really fashionable at the time. My cleaning robot. I've named it Piggy because it eats anything that falls on the floor. Unfortunately, that also includes things that fall on the floor accidentally. All I can do then is press the reverse button, and that's a real mess. The last time I visited a tea house in my holosuite, the tea tasted like the smell of Gookie's feet. I've not really been into holo vacations since then. This is my info terminal with all the latest news of the day. Unfortunately, I don't pay as much attention to all this administrative stuff as I should. It's one of my weaknesses. But there's a holo message from Mandra.
Hello, Perry. Unfortunately, I'm not as patient as you are, and you're never available when someone wants to talk to you. Listen, I found out some quite alarming things regarding the charity exhibition I'm planning at the Thora Museum on Titan. I'm about to go and meet Bully on the terrace. There's something going on with Martel that he might be able to explain to me, but I'd prefer it if you were there too. Perhaps you'll be able to make it?
And who wasn't there? Me. I just hope nothing's happened to you. And what do Martel and Bully have to do with it? Wait a second. There's a message from Martel, too.
Perry, I'd like to talk to you alone as soon as possible. The best place to meet would be in my robotics lab in the Waringer Academy. It's about a new technology that we're developing, and I don't want it to fall into the wrong hands. I'll tell you more when I see you.
Okay, it doesn't look as though this new technology has anything to do with Mandra's abduction. But I haven't heard anything from Martel in months, so I'll ask him about it, at least. Contact Immortal.
The news blackout has been activated. All outgoing lines are blocked until further notice. Please try again later. The residence minister thanks you for understanding.
Now I can't even contact the outside world anymore. Bully's got a lot to make up for the next time I see him. My Positronics, Lautzi, the largest computer on Terra. It includes the largest database of information in the galaxy. I can check up on anyone and anything here.
Those looking for love must pursue their destiny. If you seek truth, you must find the undying myth. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
What's that all about?
You can hesitate. Boredom you can buy. Die a lingering death. Your loved ones before you. For the moment is too long for love. Thus, hurry, hurry, hurry.
Who's writing me these cryptic messages?
Those looking for love must pursue their destiny. If you seek truth, you must find the undying myth. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Who's writing me these cryptic messages? The singing sounds like a siren. I don't know how Mandra can stand it. That's probably why she's hardly here.
You called for me, Regent Rhodan.
Are you the technician who was supposed to come and get the positronics working again?
Yes, I'm sorry about the delay, but we're in a state of total chaos at the moment. It took some time for a shuttle to become available to fly me to the terrace.
So the transmitters are still down?
It looks like an impact has played havoc with the biocomponents of the building's positronic. Some of its information seems to be looped. It's just a small thing, really. But what with the security and the checks everywhere...
Excuse me, what are you doing there?
What does it look like? I'm whistling. These piezoelectric crystals react particularly intensely to certain sonic waves.
That's for sure.
But how can I help you, Regent?
Can you get it going again?
I'm not sure if I know how to handle the system down there. After all, it's only the temporary electronic system. Nobody has used it since the initial construction. The technology may be outdated. I'll see what I can do.
You may not enter the terrace, Regent. There are still a number of interference fields which must be removed, and a lot of extremely sensitive anti-shield capsules still lying around.
What were they used for?
We presume they were used to break down Mandra's defense shield. Although she's a highly trained special agent and knows how to defend herself, she would have been powerless against so many attackers without her personal shield.
Yes, and who were her attackers?
I can't provide any information on the incident right now. I must ask you to leave the terrace.
You're under strict orders, I know.
In the last 16 of the Colonial Cup? Imagine that!
All I want to know is when they're gonna fire that coach.
good that you're here. I was just about to come looking for you.
What's up?
Just as I thought. The code is very uncommon now. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do if I don't know the code.
What code?
The building's biopositronic component uses an outdated algorithm that I'm not familiar with.
Oh, really? But if the positronic is part of the biocomponent, then it's also part of the design. It would be best if you asked Ulan Soso, the designer of the bionic component. As far as I know, he's still alive. And it should be easy for you as Regent to talk to him.
Well, yes, in theory. But under these circumstances. Thanks for the information anyway. Would this help?
Oh, well, that explains a lot. Swoonish omegadecimal minuscules. It'll just take a little while for the electrocircuits to close again.
May I borrow those?
Of course, Regent. I don't need them right now, but I'd like to have them back later.
Yes, of course. Let's see if the glasses live up to the bionic's promises. Just as I thought. I can see Mandra's room number underneath the bulge. 256. Oh, that's a lunchbox. At first glance, I thought it was his toolbox. This shelf's been filling up since Mandra became interested in archaeology. Mandra must be keeping something extremely important in there if she's using illegal military shields to protect it. Mandra's carnivorous beast. As far as I know, its secretion even dissolves bones. I've no idea how to appease it, but it obeys Mandra's every word. Ah, finally, someone who's qualified. Tamira Sakrahan, the first Terran. Maybe she can help me get out of this place.
Perry, you're still alive. That's good.
Shouldn't I be?
What?
Alive?
The situation is much too serious for silly jokes. What do you know?
Not much. Terra's defensive shield has been partially deactivated and remote-controlled robots have attacked the residents.
How could this happen?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
The situation isn't exactly pleasant for me as the first Terran. After all, the last time the residence was attacked 4 years ago, my predecessor was...
I haven't forgotten that. Morenzi was my friend.
Well then, it seems obvious to ask who the target was this time.
They've abducted Mandra.
I'm sorry to hear that. What are your plans?
There's nothing I can do. Bully's practically locked me in this place, and who knows where he is.
Bully, is he using his authority against you?
I hope not.
Perry, let me see what I can do for you. I'll be in touch as soon as I know more.
Tamira, wait. What was that all about? Is everyone against me today, or what? I secured Tamira the position of first Terran in the first place, and now she just runs off and leaves me hanging? What the hell is going on here? Zorg flies. I could have come up with that myself. During one of our last dinners together out on the terrace, Mandra told me that she breeds those pests up there in the flower pots. The debris and shards of the globosphere. The debris and shards of the globosphere. It would have taken quite an impact to break this gamma glass.
Could I have my thermoscan glasses back, please? I'm lost without them.
Of course, but I could really use them. Can I buy them from you?
Buy them? I need them myself at the moment, but we can discuss that possibility again later.
Oh, you're back. I've only been able to activate the controls for the cleaning robot so far. The others will take a bit longer for me to fix. The decimal minuscule part is more difficult than I thought. Hey, have you seen my lunchbox anywhere?
No. Why do you ask?
I need to eat first. No yummy in my tummy. Bon appetit.
Enjoy. What a shame. Only the control for the cleaning robots. Let's see what these nifty little helpers can do for me.
The cleanup order has been initiated.
Here's part of the robot. I need to find out more about these mysterious attackers regardless of Bully's orders. I'll explain everything to him later. Oh, they've fried Bully's cleaning robot. Let's see what's inside it. Oh my goodness, what a mess. Oh well, let's see if we can find anything useful. This looks like the missing piece from Bully's space shuttle. The rest is just trash. I had breakfast here with Mondra recently. We enjoyed the beautiful view. I had breakfast here with Mondra recently. We enjoyed the beautiful view. Hopefully nobody will notice if I take 2 or 3 of these anti-shield capsules with me.
Our diet plan today provides you with an adequate meal, consisting of 1 soya-light cheeseburger sandwich, 17 calories, and 1 Malika Super Soft Tender Bar, flavor, chocolate, 4 calories. A liquid with pear penton fruit flavor, 0 calories, is provided to round off the meal. We hope you enjoy your meal.
Gotcha. Mondra's carnivorous beast. As far as I know, its secretion even dissolves bones. I've no idea how to appease it, but it obeys Mondra's every word. Well, that'll keep it busy for a while. I've never seen a device like this before. It must be one of Mondra's extraterrestrial artifacts. Mondra's notebook. We don't want it to fall into the wrong hands. Let's see what these things are good for. What did Mandra want with a broken robot? But it looks familiar somehow. What's this strange piece of glass? Some kind of lens? It must be very valuable for Mandra to keep it so safely hidden. I'd better take it with me.
Okay, I'm reporting back for duty. The Rangers lost, just as I thought they would. We blew them off the field, won 7-2. Are you interested in football, Regent?
Not really. I'm more into baseball.
Baseball? Whatever. What else should I do?
Perry Rhodan and Richard Claband, welcome to the Solar Residence. We are currently standing in the Crystal Lounge, and it is the lounge... Please, take care of that.
What do you need him for? I thought it would be nice if that guy wasn't here all the time to... I'm on my way.
Attention, attention. Highest alert level. This is not a drill. Please go to the shelters and follow instructions from security personnel.
There's nothing more for me to do here right now. In this state of emergency, all I can do is provide temporary first aid for the injured organisms. Here are the glasses.
Oh, thanks a lot. What do I owe you?
Regent, I would be honored for you to have them.
That fits. So the blue ship is called the Callaedus. Bully's password. As far as I know, he changes it all the time. Usually he uses the name of one of his model ships. But which one? Of course, Leclerc. Our first success against the Blues Molkex armor. Why didn't I think of that? Bully's password. As far as I know, he changes it all the time. Usually he uses the name of one of his model ships. Which one? Okay, I'm inside. Let's see what Bully's been up to recently. Oh, the last message I received was from Mandra.
Bully, meet me on the terrace at 1400 hours. I've left a message for Perry, so hopefully he'll come too. I really need to know what you've been able to dig up on Martel so far. If you don't bring me the data this time, I'll have to find a way to access his labs myself. See you soon.
Access Martel's labs? Does this have something to do with the message in my info terminal? And which data? What's going on here? Let's see. There's a plan of the defensive shields. Bully opened this one just a little while ago. Could he have had something to do with the abduction? No way. What else do we have here? By the looks of things, Bully had Martel under surveillance. But why? And why didn't he tell me anything about it? Blueprints of Martel's Robotics Institute and the Waringer Academy. I have a feeling I'll need these later.
Listen, buddy, take your hands off. Perry, it's you.
Yeah, looks like it.
What are you doing with my positronic?
I'm looking for answers, since you're not giving me any.
Perry, this is a really bad time. Really made me nervous. Believe me, I'll explain everything later.
Bully, I don't understand a single word. Well, great. Now that didn't exactly inspire confidence. Normally, this is used to recharge the gliders, but this one here seems to be broken.
How may I help you this time, Regent?
Can you get that thing going again?
Oh my, that poor thing was hit pretty hard. I'm not sure there's much I can do.
I need the information from this robot. It is of the utmost importance.
Let's see. This was custom made by the Robotics Institute. Here, Raiwa 1708 and the serial number. The activation module is normally underneath the sensor positronic, which would be the atlas vertebra for us. Just enter the serial number.
It was very careless of you to show up here. You're putting me and our plans in jeopardy. At least I'm keeping to my part of the agreement. You should have received the drill by now. I don't understand. Abraham, stop it! No recordings right now.
Well, I think the little guy's had it.
Mandra trusted you. I hope I can too.
Whatever that was about, I think it would be better if I got rid of that heap of junk now.
Quite an acceptable suggestion.
Say hi to Mandra for me when you see her.
I will.
Regent, you're there. Well, that thing up there is operational again.
Thanks a lot. You've done me a great favor.
Oh, really? Well, I'm not so sure about that. But what do they say? After the meal is before the meal, and a meal lasts 90 minutes.
The holographic guide has been projected to another room.
Hello, Midshipman Pitt Jingles.
Sir?
It is my pleasure to guide you through the solar residence. We are currently in the private glider hangar of the legendary Mandra Diamond. Unlike the other chambers of the residence, this area is furnished in a more mundane and practical manner. We've completely abstained from unnecessary and distracting adornments. The height at which this hangar is built is worthy of note, at 5,500 feet.
University of Terrania, Waringer Academy, symbol of hope through science.
The Rainbow Dome, the center of the Waringer Academy. The greatest minds in Terran science work there. The access to the shuttle system is locked by an energy shield. I'll need to log in if I want to go inside.
Welcome to the Waringer Academy Park and Ride System. Please identify yourself. Please identify yourself.
Might be better to stay incognito. If Mandra's kidnappers are here, they won't be tipped off. Laszlo Daikonu.
Welcome to the Waringer Academy, Laszlo Daikonu. You have 24-hour visitor status and may now take the Shuttle Express to the lobby in the Rainbow Dome, where you will receive a chip card with your 24-hour authorization.
Hello. It's nice of you to talk to me. I'm all alone because I've lost my group. And now I don't know whether I should stay here and wait for them to find me, or if I should go looking for them. I urgently need some physical contact. If I continue to go untouched, I'll get sick. I'm already feeling all jittery. Don't you feel like snuggling up a little?
No. I'm sorry. I think we have different needs.
Pity.
What a coincidence. Mandra's exhibition in Thora's museum. The museum was a diplomatic gift to us from the Arcanides long after Thora died. I vaguely remember the opening ceremony, but that was a long time ago. And Mandra is holding an exhibition on this mythological race there. Darn, I'm afraid I couldn't have cared less about it. I should take a look at that exhibition. But first I need to find Mortal.
You do not have authorization to access the Academy. Please sign in at one of the info desks in the lobby, where you will receive a chip card with your authorization. Welcome to the Waringer Academy, the most modern and exciting science park in Terrania City, and the place where tomorrow's inventions are created today. Malcolm Dalian and his team are glad to see you.
A public positronic sponsored by the Whistler Company. Since Bully's been on the executive board, they're beginning to get involved in culture and education.
Hello, Laszlo Daikonu. Is that correct?
What? Oh, yeah.
I see you're not a faculty member, and I also see that there is no reservation or invitation for you from one of our institutes. You will therefore receive a visitor chip card. Your one-day pass is valid for 24 hours. Your complete bionic signature is also recorded and stored in the code on your chip card. I must ask you to carry this card with you at all times while you're in the Academy, so that you can present it when necessary. You are currently authorized to use the Shuttle Express and visit the cafeteria. Enjoy your stay.
I need to see Immortal urgently. Where can I find him?
I see that Professor Martel is currently in the Academy. Are you a colleague, friend, or relative of the professor? And could you please be more specific about your request?
It's about a new development. He wanted to talk to me about it.
I'm sorry, but Professor Martel does not know anyone by the name of Laszlo Daikanu, and neither does anyone else in his department.
But
The Robotics Institute is one of our most valuable facilities and enjoys the highest level of security. I'm sure you understand that we cannot just let you in there.
Is there any other way to meet Martel?
The professor is a highly ranked person and military counselor to the regent. However, if you give me your chip card, I can make an appointment for tomorrow with one of his employees. It also includes an automatic reminder function.
No, thanks. That won't be necessary. I'd like to speak with Kari Levian.
Well, you'll need to have a very good reason for that. As the assistant of our dean, Malcolm Dalian, Kari has a very tight schedule. I don't think that it will be possible. Oh, just a moment. She confirms that she knows you. You should come by whenever you have time. Well, who would have guessed it? Give me your card. I'll just store the access data, and voila. The transmitter to your left will take you straight to Dalian's department.
Thank you very much.
Anytime.
Hello, Perry.
Hello, Kari. How do you know...
There's no way I would have asked a colonial Terran named Laszlo Daikonu to come and see me. And anyway, your undercover DNA is from this lab.
Oh, that's right. Malcolm developed the converter specially for me.
And now you're using it to escape the residents? What in the world's happened?
Someone's had Mandra abducted.
Oh, no! I'd heard that someone had been abducted, but Mandra? Why?
I have no idea, Kari. My search so far has led me here, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to need your help.
Of course, Perry. Whatever I can do to help Mandra.
What kind of a crystal is that?
Mandra gave it to me, the last time I visited her in her office. I love the singing crystals in front of her door. Oh dear, I just can't believe she's been abducted.
I'm doing everything and anything I can to find her.
Well, take this little crystal with you. Then you'll have something of Mandra's. It might help you somewhere along the way.
Yes. Thank you.
Mandra's my best friend. She trusts you more than anyone else. She said you're the history and the memory of Terra. You're the only one who can protect her.
I've gathered several clues which indicate that Martel is working on a secret project.
None of us here have much to do with Martel. You were the one who gave him the position as director of the research department for safety and defense. If they're working on something secretive there, then you should be the one who... Oh, you mean a secret so big that even you know nothing about it?
I need access to his lab.
No problem for Perry, but impossible for Laszlo. Only staff members who have received authorization from Martel himself are allowed to access the lab. You can't just walk in there. But give me your chip card. I'll give you this ID, which identifies you as a member of Dalian's scientific staff. That should help you a bit. Good luck. That looks more like something from Martel's robotics unit.
Perhaps I can use it to get into his lab.
How? Without its weapons systems, this head is nothing but a piece of junk.
No, Kari. Who works for Martel? Perhaps I can ask someone else about it.
Oh, well, of course, there are a number of staff members and lab assistants who work for Martel, but only a handful of true experts. I think what you're looking for is an expert for mobile android weapons systems, or something like that. But you can use the visitor positronic to look through the list of staff members yourself.
Do you think Malcolm could tell me something about this lens?
Mandra's also been here because of the lens. She said it was some kind of unique hypercrystal made of supran. Malcolm was very interested, but he was so busy with Cantor 2 when Mondra was here that he didn't have time to talk about it.
Cantor 2?
Yes, Dalian's team is working on an advanced development of an experimental frequency scanner. To be specific, a Cantorian hyper-frequency scanner. Until now, it was just a prototype named GF199, but we all call it Cantor 2. Dalian should be delighted to test it on the supran lens. I'll go in to tell him about your arrival right now.
Well, they sure look familiar. Mondra's is probably a cutting of these. Perhaps I can get secure access to my computer from here. Voila! A message from Bully, finally.
Hey, Perry. Why aren't you in residence? I told you to wait for me there. Now I hear you took off. The situation is too unstable. They're under my command. When I take it out, you'll get it. Till then, you stay where you are, understood? I'm in a hurry now, but I'll see you later. Bully over.
Is everybody allowed to give me orders? Perhaps I can get secure access to my computer from here. Voila!
Hey, Perry.
Well, at least the food's right next to them. And we're not talking about dangerous little mosquitoes. How nice. Ah, that stench would wake the dead. Why am I even taking it with me? That's disgusting. I should at least be courteous enough to wait for Kari to return from Malcolm.
Okay, but Dalian is currently working out a new hyperphysical algorithm. He's a bit caught up in it at the moment, and I don't recommend interrupting him while he's concentrating. He'd like to talk to you, but would it be possible for you to come back later?
How much later?
Well, it shouldn't take that long, but I'm afraid he wasn't able to give me a specific time.
Okay, thanks very much, Kari. I'd like to know who's working for Mortal in the Mobile Android Weapons Systems Department today.
Well, let's see. We have quite a few employees working there. But the only ones who are here today are the Aranar Cole and his colleague Brendan Huber. Look, I'll show you the sheet with a list of staff members.
And Ara working on our developments? Ever since Thora passed away, I've had a deep feeling of mistrust towards these people. It looks as though he hasn't been working in Mortal's Institute very long. Never trust an Ara.
You might be able to find Mr. Huber in the cafeteria.
I understand. Thanks.
The cornerstone of the Waringer Academy was laid in June 1330. Less than 18 months later, the whole 50-square-kilometer area was ready for use by scientists and researchers.
That's actually one of Mortal's assistants, but he doesn't look very approachable.
Man, I'm not feeling very well. Can't you bug someone else?
Ugh, what's that guy been eating?
Oh, I gave him some of our sluggo-fro. I guess it didn't agree with him very well.
Welcome. May I bring you something to eat or drink? Every week we offer specialities from a different corner of the galaxy. This week, our special is a dish from the refined cuisine of the blues.
My buddy over here isn't feeling well. Do you have something that'll get him back on his feet?
I'm sorry, but we don't offer anti-nausea pills. This is a cafeteria. Alternatively, I can offer you Aloque, Alpha Centauri, Aquaterra, Argaz's Milk, Azul, Aflane, Ava Aya, Axa, Bird Champ, Beulah Tea, Blossom Tea, Blubbeluch, Brumith Juice, Cafe Latte, Cafe Mocha, coffee with condensed milk, with soy milk, with sugar, with sweetener or Kamara, Karam Blossom Nectar, Cheku Tea, Tanarb, Dran, Dralic, Dreft, Emskill Espresso, Exo Coffee.
Yeah, enough. An espresso, please. I just hope it's strong enough.
As strong as Terran health laws allow it to be. Cheers.
Okay, if this doesn't get him back on his feet, then I don't know what will.
Oh man, I'm not feeling very well. Can't you help me?
Here, now, drink a nice cup of coffee.
Ugh, what the heck is that? That's not coffee. You want to poison me?
No, I wanted to wake you up, and it looks like it worked.
Okay, then. Thanks for waking me up. And now, what do you want? Interesting. I've never seen this build before. It looks extraterrestrial, like a combat android. But tell me, where did you find this thing?
Perry Rhodan sent me to have someone examine it.
So, Perry Rhodan himself, huh? You think I'm a total idiot, don't you? Show me your ID card. Oh ho! One of the Dean's staff members in person. Don't think I'm going to be overcome with awe. So how's the flying coffin doing?
No idea. Haven't seen him today.
Whatever. Then let's take a look at that baby.
What in the world have you taken? One could believe that you're experimenting with new warfare agents.
No. I'll just take an anti-nausea pill and everything will be fine.
Your chip card, please. Well, look here. A visitor from the upper level. And to what do we owe this honor?
He has android material of an unidentifiable origin.
Which I also need to scan. He's clean too. Just traces of disintegration and whatever else he picked up during his accident. No explosives, no bugging devices, no drugs. You may pass.
There we are. You are currently in the most highly protected lab in the Academy. Everything here is highly confidential, but feel free to look around a bit. Robotics 2. My colleague works there. Perhaps you'll meet him somewhere along the way. So, this is the room where the prototypes are examined and the endurance tests are conducted. Durability, stability, positronic computing power, and so on. It's almost completely automated, standard routines.
And what happens here?
Whoa, you can't go in there. I mean, you can't just walk right in like that. That's the Fuels and Explosives Department. The internal one, for our own developments. Applied research, so to speak. The guys who work there are freaks, but that lab is really well secured.
Okay, I understand. And how do I get to Mortal from here?
That's the transmitter which will take you directly to Martel's office. The Paternoster, we call it. Without his blessing, nobody can go up there or come down. That thing has an acoustic lock that reacts only to Martel's voice.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, the only way to see Martel is with a personal invitation from him. And where do these gateways lead to?
That's one of the 2 gateways to the main hangars. They're like big storage depots where we assemble large pieces of equipment and get them prepared for the field tests. It's all completely secure and absolutely sterile, and personally supervised by Martel himself. Welcome to my humble quarters. Make yourself at home while I take a look at your little friend here. But please don't take anything with you. And don't touch anything either.
Okay.
Right. Let's see what you want to tell me, little buddy. That's one of my developments. A device designed to enable androids to speak with different voices. It requires input in the form of voice recordings from the person it's supposed to simulate. I call it the Voice Simulator.
Voice Simulator? Sounds okay. What's with the robot?
That'll take a while. The data is extremely complex. A small energy charger. Now don't tell me you colonial Terrans have never seen anything like that before. But seriously, if you need to recharge something, feel free.
Can I recharge this little device here?
Of course. And what is that, remote control? Do you build models?
Well, not exactly. Who would have guessed? Bully Leclerc can finally be operated by remote control.
Listen, I'm not making any progress here. It just doesn't make sense. I'll have to ask my colleague over there. He's an Ara, and has spent a lot of time working on Archon. Perhaps he can shed some light on all this.
Mortals employed an Ara here?
I know what you're thinking. Never trust an Ara. But Narkal is much more of a scientist than a businessman. And if you give an ordinary Ara a piece of an unknown life form, he'll do almost anything for you. That's exactly how it is with Narkal and robot components. I'll just go over to him for a moment. Wait here, and please don't touch anything.
Well, great. What did the assistant say? The experimental lab? It looks more like an assembly hangar for robots. The recharging station. Since the remote control has already been recharged, this is really no help to me now. A number of devices that mean absolutely nothing to me. A number of devices that mean absolutely nothing to me. The recharging station. What was the name of this part here? Voice duplificator? Only nerds come up with names like that. This positronic controls the assembly arms in the experimental lab. If I could reprogram them, I might be able to distract both assistants and have a look around here without being disturbed. The assistant used this to scan the robot head. I presume you can also use it to scan other things. What did the assistant say? The experimental lab? It looks more like an assembly hangar for robots. This box seems to be a handy size. Well, it's worth a try, but no. If I put this box in here, that'll give me the right height, and even a flat surface to scan things on. Perhaps scanning the Supern will give me some useful information. It looks as if the laser has already been able to decipher something.
What's going on here?
The information matrix has been changed.
What kind of code is that?
No idea. Looks like ancient arcanide.
The door's closed and well secured, as it should be if they're actually messing with explosives in here. I've got a feeling that Ara's hiding something. My gut instinct is telling me to look around a bit more. A chip card. Perhaps it's the Ara's. Now that's what I call a lucky coincidence. If I could just transfer his access data onto my ID card, I'd have full access to the labs. But who could I ask to do that? Ah, it looks like they both thought this was some kind of known robot build. Interesting. A list of all the robot builds known to exist in the Milky Way. I'll just download a copy of that for myself.
Uh-huh. So here you are. What are you doing in my lab?
I didn't want to disturb you, so...
Could you please get this noisy nuisance out of here, fast? I want to get on with my work.
Listen, pal, I'm fed up with you. Rhodan's emissary or not, if you think you can pull a stunt in my laboratory, you're wrong. Good day to you.
Well, great. That lab assistant actually kicked me out. I was so close, and now I have to come up with some new way to get to Mortal.
Hello, Perry. You're finally here. The alien's expecting you.
Laszlo who?
Daikulu or Daikonu or something.
Should that name ring a bell?
I don't know, but he recognized the robot as being our technology.
Most unfortunate.
And he had something scanned here that certainly appeared to be made of Supran.
Supran?
Yes, but unfortunately our scanners are still too inaccurate to be able to penetrate the material properly.
How does a nobody like this Daikonu get his hands on Supran and the robot head?
He says Perry Rhodan sent him.
So it's Rhodan. He mustn't get in our way now. Not when we're this close to our goal. We now know where the key is.
The key? Finally. How do you know?
Miss Diamond back there was finally kind enough to cooperate. I've already sent Takio to get the key. Once we've got it, we can finally get going. You should get out of here. I'll need you for the preparations.
But what about Rhodan?
Where is he now?
Nobody knows. He seems to have disappeared without a trace.
Then we'll make sure it stays that way. Rhodan must disappear. Forever.
And the robot head?
That too.
The core of the Academy, Dalian's high-powered computer, Cicero. All the information available in the Milky Way is collated here.
Well, well, well. The Regent himself. What a rare surprise.
Hello, Malcolm. I'm sorry for having to bother you, but it's...
Very urgent, I know. Mondra's gone, and now you come here disguised as Laszlo, whoever, just to make things difficult for me. Unfortunately, I cannot grant you asylum, Immortal. My coffin is only big enough for my brain.
I thought your new role would take your mind off your constant self-pity.
Redirect my thoughts, you mean, because they're drowning me in work. So make it short. Since you've been here at the Academy, I've also been dealing with an obnoxious hacker who's been trying to get his hands on your data.
Mondra was keeping notes in this book while she was researching the Illochim.
You mean her so-called exhibition on Titan? That's nothing but speculations, dreams and ignorance formatted for mass consumption. And as you know, I'm not very fond of hypotheses and speculative science.
But imagination is more valuable than knowledge, as knowledge is always limited.
Einstein. And then it took 200 years of tough scientific investigation to refute his little fantasies, including Hawkins, Green, Perrolan, and all the other dreamers.
And what about your dreams? The Cantor Sextant
was a scientific goal designed by an ingenious mind and realized by me. I'm no dreamer, Perry, you should know that. I knew a dreamer once. Back then, he called himself Quintessence. We had a good time together, surfed the entire galactic net together. But he was obsessed by this idea. He called it research, and I called it nonsense.
What exactly was he involved in?
In a myth. In Mondra's myth of the Illochim, to be precise. But a myth is something you can't perceive. You can describe it, get close to it, investigate it. But if you get too involved in it, you'll lose your mind.
By the way, here's the lens I wanted you to take a look at.
At last! I was beginning to think you were never going to give it to me. Supran is the litmus test, so to speak, for Cantor 2. There's almost no other hyper-energetic material with such a low mass expansion.
How is Supran extracted, anyway?
If you ask me, whoever discovers that secret will soon rule the entire universe. They say Supran is materialized antimatter from the depths of a black hole, but there shouldn't be any matter there in the first place. Amazing. The first results from the frequency scanner. I don't believe it.
What?
Supran is an alloy of matter and antimatter. Someone actually created this. But that's completely impossible. That just can't be. I'll do a frequency analysis immediately.
What's wrong?
This lens it has a function. It radiates certain hyper-high frequency impulses which can be read. It's a highly complex code in a giant matrix, a kind of universal algorithm.
A key?
Yes, if the lock had as many teeth and contacts as the entire Terran ocean has life forms.
What do you mean?
Listen, I can break down this code and read it element by element. I mean, just one of these elements is ridiculously small, like a grain of sand in the Gobi Desert. But look at this. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that whoever was in possession of this lens before us could easily communicate with every inhabitant of the entire cosmic ocean. And I mean with each of them at the same time. Here's the lens.
Have you finished with it already?
I'm not, but Cantor 2 and Cicero are. I've got the data, and I've transferred it all onto your wristband positronic. In order to analyze it, I'd have to be at least as immortal as you are. No!
What?
Quint's trying. That hacker's trying to get his hands on the data from the lens. It's as if he was just waiting for it. Oh, no, you don't, buddy. Not with me.
Among other things, I found these blueprints in Bully's positronics. It looks like he had Amo Martel under observation.
Why not? He is, after all, responsible for observation tasks.
But Amo's a member of the military council. He's completely upright.
With all due respect to your knowledge of human nature, Perry, Martel is a careerist of the worst kind. I don't trust him. I never have trusted him, and as far as I'm concerned, that's that.
Do you know anything about him that might help me?
No, darn it. Martel can kiss mine, and that's it.
Well, they sure look familiar. Mandra's is probably a cutting of these.
Quintessence. Wait a minute. That name does ring a bell, but why? Oh, I'm sorry, Perry, but sometimes there are just too many names. Ask one of the positronics. They're the smarter ones, after all.
By the way, these are the results of the Supran lens scan. I thought you might be interested.
Thank you, Perry. I assume Dalian stored the data anyway. I hope it's been helpful to you.
It hasn't really, to be honest, but it did blow Malcolm's mind. Something's telling me I've got to take a look at that exhibition if I want to find Mandra. But it won't be opening until next month. Not really compatible. Listen, here's my tourist card with my bionic identification. And this is the card from Martel's lab assistant with the encrypted code.
And now you need someone who can use these two cards to make a suitable card for you.
Exactly.
Perry, that's a criminal offense, even for the Regent of Terra.
Kari, we're talking about Mandra. If I can gain access to Martel, I might be able to find out who's behind all this.
Okay. There actually are a few cryptologists out there who might be able to help you. They're experts in codes and decryption. You'll find them everywhere.
And how will I recognize these subjects?
Most of them are Getazer Blues working here as guests. The best thing to do would be to tell them you're planning to assassinate the Regent. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to help you then.
How charming. That's a cheery prospect.
Well, buying them something to eat will probably...
What?
The police are still trying to find out where our beloved Regent Rhodan disappeared to after the attack on the solar residence. The actual target of the attack is still being investigated. Resident spokespersons announced, however, that they are searching for a colonial Terran named Laszlo Daikanu in connection with the Regent's disappearance. It is not known whether he is being sought in connection with the abduction or the attack itself.
Okay, so why are you trying to confuse me?
Kari, the less you know, the safer it is for you. Trust me.
Well, fine. But isn't it about time for you to drop the disguise?
Quite the opposite. Things are beginning to get exciting.
More than 200,000 inquiring minds from all the star regions of the League visit the Waringer Academy annually to broaden their knowledge of the space shuttle drive systems, fusion plants, robotology, and particularly positronics research.
Hello, I'm looking for someone who can help me with a little card trick.
And I'm not in the mood for Terran entertainment right now, with or without a card trick.
Welcome. May I offer you something to eat now? How about a speciality from the refined cuisine of the blues?
That's exactly what I need right now.
I'm glad to hear that.
Because that's actually Immortals' favorite dish. And he's the one you want to see.
Excuse me?
You should hurry if you still want to speak to him.
Wait a second, what did you say?
How about igloo soup with spiderweb balls for starters? Murtworms in Gatasian cream sauce, or slugefrø in muchtnut afterwards. And for dessert, black porridge.
I should watch my waistline. I'll take a portion of Murtworms, though.
I see you're a gourmet. I'll be right back.
These Murtworms are pretty bizarre little animals. They have primitive psionic skills. They use these to disguise themselves as an intelligent species and try to prevent themselves from being eaten through talking and discussion.
Here you go. Enjoy.
Oh no, you giant Gamort, please don't eat us. We're just poor little worms. And we've never done anyone any harm, really. Aside from that, we're vegetarians. I'm vegan. Please, giant Gamort. I'm the last of my family. If I die, my name will disappear forever.
Ah, and what is your name?
Mort. Like we're all called. My name? Well, you can go ahead and eat that one. A Mort who doesn't even know his name. We taste terrible, too. To be honest, we taste like we look. Gelmelons taste so much better. Or sork flies. Or carrion worms.
Someone who eats things like that is bound to abduct innocent Terran women.
Well, you seem to have basic manners at least. Better than nothing. A code that can be easily decrypted, but you're surely aware that manipulations like that are not appreciated at the Academy.
Well, that was quick. Was that all?
What else do you want? Would you like me to boogie on down for you as well? Now get out of here. You've got what you wanted.
Thank you.
If you don't disappear immediately, I'll set the pink-spotted creature of insanity at your stubby neck!
Why are these ads just as boring as they were 3,000 years ago?
The Waringer Academy is directed by Malcolm Scott Dalian. Since losing most of his body in a serious accident, he spends his days in a coffin-like regeneration tank.
And what's
He
missing?
has,
Of
however,
course, the conductor
accepted
clamps.
his fate with
but I
true
saw
dignity
something like that
and
laying
has
around here
dedicated his
somewhere.
life entirely to the sciences.
I could ask Brendan if he's got another one. He's always got things like that lying around.
Your chip card, please. Yet another new staff member, but at least your face looks familiar.
Laszlo Diakonu, scientific assistant to Malcolm Dalian, guest lecturer from Archon 2 on a scientific research mission for the government of the League of Free Terrans in the field of robotics and mobile android systems. Scan activated. Scan positive. Identifying Laszlo Diakonu.
As long as I don't know the numeric code, I won't be able to get in there. Looks like the entrance to the robotics lab ventilation shafts. But the shaft is much too narrow for a human to fit through. I'll have to find another way to get into the labs. Perhaps I can distract the porter somehow. This looks like a toolbox. It must belong to whoever's currently working on that. There's a small data carrier lying here. Let's see what's on it. It looks like a diagram or a plan of something. Might be useful. I'll just save it quickly. Okay, that fits, but what exactly are these blueprints showing me? Is that the sewage system or those ventilation shafts? If it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. Okay, that might work if I can find something in the labs that would stir things up. Let's just hope that this ventilation system really does lead to the lab. Oh no. No optical positioning system, no room scanners. What kind of primitive model has Bully got here? How am I supposed to manage with that? If I'm not completely wrong, I'm directly above the explosives lab. It should be possible to cause a bit of a commotion in there somehow. I'm curious to see what Leclerc will discover in there. Doesn't work. I presume that's the grid that's supposed to secure this shaft. Leaving that open was pretty careless. Now that didn't work. Try again. Oh no. No optical positioning system, no room scanners. What kind of primitive model has Bully got here? How am I supposed to manage with that? If I'm not completely wrong, I'm directly above the explosives lab. It should be possible to cause a bit of a commotion in there somehow. Oh man, now why do they have to mess around with explosives in here? This just goes to show how dangerous that is. This camera looks as though it was damaged during the explosion. This camera looks as though it was damaged during the explosion. This camera looks as though it was damaged. This camera looks as though it was damaged during the explosion. This is where the latest surveillance videos are stored. Let's see if I can find something that might be useful. Well, who would have guessed it? Jackpot. What a mess. Apparently this is still a male-dominated profession. If I want to access Martel's office, I'll need his voice. Perhaps the surveillance videos will help me there. Looks like there's something here.
Guys, I'm really grateful to you. You've really done great work. The prototype of the strongest super drill has been completed, and even thanks to your efforts, just in time. I promise you we'll make history with this drill. At last, the galaxy will rediscover what Terran technology means and what it's capable of. A new era begins at 1500 today. But as you know, research and development is one thing. Actually performing a test run is another. Security measures will be given highest priority until we have received clearance from the government for the first on-terrain tests. That is, this hangar will be sealed, and until further notice, any access will require my approval. Non-compliance will be severely punished. Do we understand each other, guys?
Yes, boss.
Good. Initiate the final measures. From this evening onwards, this hangar is a restricted area.
Okay, boss. But what about maintenance?
We'll do without that until we've been given the go-ahead from the very top. That can't take very long, and the machine will last that long without polish.
Voice scan successful. 97% conformity.
The 97% will have to do. Nothing's changed in there in the last 3,000 years either. Too bad I don't have time to watch. Okay, what do we have? 0, 2, 4, 6, and 8. As long as I don't know the numeric code, I won't be able to get in there. At last. Looks like no one's here. I wonder what the Yara did with the robot head. If I'm not mistaken, his presence has a lot to do with Mandra's abduction. But I'll take care of him. Maybe you can be of use to me this time. Boy, this is heavy. What do you know? A multiple frequency chip. Very useful. We clear the path for magnificent ideas. Whistler Company. Now I understand what they mean by that. Wow, some really big machines fit in here. So, this is the best drill in the universe. Something doesn't seem right to me. A holo-projector, of course. I can't use that, but at least this way everyone will know that something's very wrong here.
Where's the drill? What have you done with it?
I'm afraid I haven't got time for long explanations, but do you seriously think it just vanished into thin air, or that I ate the darn thing?
No, but for goodness sake, where is it?
Voice recognition active. Please identify.
Immortal.
Voice recognition negative. Frequencies could not be completely read. Please repeat procedure.
Immortal. Please open door.
Voice recognition negative. Frequencies could not be completely read. Please repeat procedure.
Immortal. I need to get in there, you piece of junk.
Welcome, Professor Martel.
Elmo. His face is sunken. His skin is desiccated. No outward injuries. He seems to have bled to death from the inside. What's that he's holding? A data crystal. Whoever left this here wanted it to be found. It smells sweet. Very appetizing. If I didn't know that Martel was probably killed with this, I'd take a sip. What a monster. A family heirloom, obviously. These positronics were probably installed last century.
To Perry Rhodan, or whoever finds me who died so miserably. Too proud to call someone who could halt my poisoning. Too proud to look you in the face and say, yes, it was me and I messed it all up. It was I who cooperated with our greatest rival. I was so convinced that the Arcanides were far too narrow-minded and degenerate to be a threat to us. That's why I cooperated with them, fool that I was. I thought I could use them to restore Terra to its former glory. I wanted to make us strong again. This period has made the Terrans weak. We're no longer the great people of the Solar Empire. Instead, we're slaves to a utopia of peace and freedom. Only our own pain and loss can unlock the way to renewal. But it will be a cleansing pain, a cleansing from which mankind will emerge as a strong power once more to re-establish our supremacy in the galaxy. I thought I had everything under control, and when I finally realized that I was the one being used, it was too late. This Arcanide, Cato de Trumort, must not succeed. I wanted everything. The thing with Mondra. I confronted him, but...
And now you're dead, Elmo. Was it worth it? There's also a file. I've got a funny feeling someone's here.
Well, Laszlo, everything okay?
This kind of white light always makes one look very pale. It's very unflattering. Something's been left on the wall here, but I can't identify it. I could use that to eat something now, but not this indefinable mass, that's for sure. That food was prepared without love. I would rather have eaten one of the blue specialities. At least the water here looks drinkable. Shame. Hopefully that'll have the desired effect. What do you know? One of my predecessors has written something here. Take the pen in the light, close the contact in the gap. Something really does seem to be stuck there. But I can't reach it with my finger. With a spoon handle. Yes. And what's that? A piece of metal pipe, or rather, a small tube.
Well, you certainly took quite a beating, Regent.
Regent? My disguise.
Yes, that was quite a shock for us. We caught the Regent's alleged abductor, and when we confiscated his wristband, he suddenly turned into Perry Rhodan himself. But Dean Dalian explained everything to us.
Oh, good. Thanks a lot for your help, but I need to get moving.
I doubt that. Of course you're Perry Rhodan, and actually above all suspicion. But right now you're under arrest for repeated theft, damage to property, industrial espionage, a terrorist attack on a state research facility, and last but not least, the murder of Immortal.
What? But I didn't murder Immortal. There's even a recording that exonerates me. I can show it to you. Where are my things?
All the inventory that we seized is over there as evidence for forensics and toxicology. But according to their initial results, the poison you used to exterminate Martel isn't made from any substance we know.
But I need to get out. Mondra is in danger.
Whoever this Mondra is, right now you're facing some serious charges. And quite honestly, the evidence is overwhelming. We're currently analyzing all the Academy's surveillance scans. There are some nice little movies of you. But I'll keep my fingers crossed for you, Regent. See you later.
Two small robots, too short for your goal to reach. Reach only with help, to help. Savior and help sparkle in front of the sign, but alas, hung much too high.
Someone sending me obscure instructions and needy cleaning robots as support. No one can say that life doesn't have a sense of humor. Mondra's singing crystal. No idea how this is ever supposed to help me. Those are my things. I've never felt quite so exposed as I do right now. If I hold the tube very carefully in front of the shield, the tube acts as an electron catcher and... what? The singing crystal seems to react to this sound.
What's all that noise? A singing crystal? My wife's got that kind of kitsch as well. You can easily mistake that siren for an alarm. Now it's quiet again. Well, I never. I've had enough now. Evidence or no evidence, this is just too dangerous. There, drowned in the rubbish for all I care. As long as you don't make any noise while you're doing it, I don't care. Great.
My things, but how can I get to them? This is where the controls for the electro bulkheads and the anti-grav fields are. I hope I got the right one. That was easy. Someone sent these cleaning robots to help me. Someone's out there somewhere, masterminding my moves. What am I, a pawn? But at least I'm out of there. This one's open. This shouldn't really be the case, unless my invisible helper made sure of it. This is starting to get creepy.
Saturn, Moon, Titan. Terraformed since the 35th century. A section of the previous steel fortress now houses Thora's Intergalactic Museum of International Collaboration.
These kinds of statues are typical of Arcanide buildings outside of their divine empire. This Leviathan is probably pointing exactly in the direction of Thantor Lock, the globular cluster which constitutes the core of the Arcanide Empire. Thora's Museum for Intergalactic Relations. When we authorized the Steel Fortress on Titan for other uses, we received this generous diplomatic gift from the Arcanide government. As a sign of friendship, they named it after Thora, even though she's considered a scheming traitor in her homeland. That's diplomacy for you. Hey, it's open. It looks as though someone was expecting me. Hello? Where's the welcome reception? Doesn't matter, I'll help myself. The exhibitions here are very much aimed at the masses. A good thing, too. Who would fly to Titan for the good of their education? Little servo bots. They must be waiting here to begin their duties as interactive museum guides. One of these tin cans should definitely be greeting me, but they seem to be switched off. This seems to be the centerpiece of the exhibition, a giant robot made using unique technology. I remember Mandra telling me about it. She was quite excited since the Arcanides had only recently revealed the news.
Welcome to the Thora's Museum of Intergalactic Relations. Our new exhibition, which will reveal the truth behind the myth of the Illochim, is not yet open to the public. But it would be an honor, dear visitor, to allow you a sneak preview of our exhibition today. We've therefore made a few of our attractions accessible especially for you today. We hope you enjoy discovering what is surely the Milky Way's most unresearched myth, the Illochim. Although we are unfortunately obliged to take a few measures to ensure everyone's security, I nevertheless wish you an enjoyable and informative visit.
That's the museum director himself. He doesn't look entirely sane. Great. It seems that my security is everyone's top priority today. The Arcanides really have created a memorial to Thora here. That would be unthinkable on Archon, but as a symbol of diplomacy, it's quite a good likeness. There's a switch on the floor here. Let's see what it does. A transmitter field. That means that the rooms don't necessarily have to be architecturally connected. Instead, you can be beamed from one room to the next without noticing the transition. It only works that way inside closed buildings.
Dear visitor, this part of our exhibition, which illustrates the invasion of the Illochim and how they were driven out of what was then the Tyarch Tucson, the great empire by the Arcanides, is unfortunately not yet ready for visitors. The few exhibits you see here all originate from the mining moon Callaedus in the Gonome system. If the sparse mythical sources are to be believed, this was the only place where the Illochim and the Arcanides ever coexisted and traded, even temporarily. There is, however, no written evidence from that time to attest to the Illochim's presence. Everything we now know about their time in our galaxy has been reconstructed from later writings, drawings, and murals. We don't even have sufficient evidence to prove that these beings ever really existed. The clues provided by the myth are researched and evaluated using the most modern techniques. A considerable amount of this research into the myth is carried out by the Arcanide researchers and scientists, since the Arcanides were, at the time, the only race whose technology was advanced enough to withstand the onslaught of the Illochim.
As long as these shields are surrounding the exhibited objects, it's impossible to touch them, much less pick them up. It could be worth trying to break through them, but that would require a fairly heavy object and a lot of energy. A transmitter field. That means that the rooms don't necessarily have a transmitter field. That means that the rooms don't necessarily have to be architecturally
Dear visitor, this part of the exhibition is designed to give you an impression of the technology which made the Arcanides into one of the Milky Way's great military powers as early as the 11th millennium Arc. This was the time of the Illochim myth, or, according to the Terran calendar, about 10,000 years ago. According to the myth, it was only these superior weapon systems which enabled us to finally drive the Illochim out of our beloved galaxy. Here, we provide you with a glimpse of the Arcanide scientists' extraordinary achievements. These successes have made the Milky Way what it is today, one of the great superpowers of the universe.
As long as these shields are surrounding the exhibited objects, it's impossible to touch them, much less pick them up. It could be worth trying to break through them, but that would require a fairly heavy object and a lot of energy. This old spaceship would make a fine addition to Bully's collection, but I'm not going to steal Arcanide property from a museum for intergalactic relations. He should come down here and make himself unpopular. I see. I now have a universal remote control for everything that can be operated by remote control. Undoubtedly useful. Unfortunately, that wasn't a resounding success. This old tin can hasn't got enough momentum. A transmitter field. That means that the rooms don't necessarily have to be architecturally connected. Interesting. Reminds me of Tiga-Rantan, the home of the Arcanides, and its 4 main planets, Archon 1 to Archon 4. No welcome at the entrance, no exhibits. This myth doesn't seem to have much to offer. Oh no. That sounds like Mandra. I've got to help her. If Mandra's here, that means her kidnappers are here, and maybe this Cato too. If only everything in life were so easy. The Museum Cathedral. What an impressive space. And they say Arcanide architects have no imagination. Wow. Now I know what was missing from the exhibition. What a colossus. It looks like something can be connected or inserted here. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the exact shape of the supran lens. This hexagonal section seems to have some kind of function. This hexagonal section seems to have some kind of function. This hexagonal section seems to have some kind of function. The door can only be opened from the other side. This museum certainly has a lot of security measures in place. These doors can be opened, but unfortunately not by hand. A contact tile. I would expect it to trigger something. That's shut too. I should have guessed. A fairly ancient positronic lock. I'd need the right kind of key to open it. These doors can be opened, but unfortunately not by hand. Another contact tile. Perhaps the two of them are linked together. Unfortunately, that'll be hard for me to test on my own. I have no idea what this hook is meant to be used for, but if it's really technology used by the Illochim, I'm sure it'll be of some use to me. This Arakita ore seems to be directly connected to the presence of the Illochim in the Milky Way. It might be useful for me to have a sample of it for myself. A lamp can always come in handy. Arcanite particle streams are just extremely unwieldy. This laser pointer is the only really usable thing on this weapon. A long-range white laser and therefore invisible. Hello? Is there anyone here? I'd like to speak to the director. The curator of this exhibition obviously didn't have all that much to do. These object lifters are extremely handy. They really keep you from hurting your back, particularly when you're trying to lift really heavy objects, and when your back already has 3,000 years of service under its belt. These must be the transport containers used to transport the artifacts for the exhibition. These must be the transport containers used to transport the artifacts for the exhibition. These must be the transport containers used to transport the artifacts for the exhibition. I'd never have thought I was so high up. Well, it looked nice enough from the outside. Looks like a kind of cistern, but this could hardly be used as drinking water. Looks like a kind of cistern, but this could hardly be used as drinking water. Looks like a kind of cistern, but this could hardly be used as drinking water. A kind of anti-grav lift, but so long as there's water in here, the only way to go down is into it, and the water doesn't look particularly sanitary. Looks like a kind of... It's impossible to make out anything in this soup, but there's something down there on the bottom. It could be a glider, or a rocket, or a giant upright clarinet.
In this room, most honored guest, we come to the actual subject of this exhibition, the Yearlord Zimie themselves. The few artifacts which apparently bear witness to their presence in our galaxy have been collected from far and wide. While the origins of some of the artifacts displayed are known, others were discovered in ways and places as secret and mysterious as the Yearlord Zimie themselves. It appears, however, that almost every race and every even semi-inhabitable celestial body came into contact with this myth over 10,000 years ago. It's like a mysterious thread, weaving its way through all our pasts and connecting us all.
Perhaps I can use the tiles here. They're too heavy. That's funny, since they hover over the water. Games aren't really my thing. The holoprojector can be tilted. Maybe I can use this to get the wing bones in the display. Blast. I need something to wedge the projector in this position. Ah, sounds like a working pump system. There's no way this can work. This hexagonal section seems to have some kind of function. How's this supposed to work? Aha, piece of cake. Gee whiz, what was that all about? I certainly didn't expect that. Wait a minute, who's pumping the water out?
And what if I've had it up to here? Efran do this, Efran do that. Next time he can stick his stupid lens somewhere else.
Oh no, the lens. Hey, hands off, pal.
Oh, Regent Rhodan. Hello.
Mandra's in danger and I'm here playing silly games with these robots, and now I've gone and lost the lens, too. If I want to find out what these two contact tiles are used for, I'm going to need some help. If I want to find out what these two contact tiles are used for, I'm going to need some help. This wedge is exactly the right size for holding the holoprojector in place. The holoprojector can be tilted. Maybe I can use this to get the wing bones in the display. See, it does fit. I could have been an architect with my sense of proportion. Although then, the last 3,000 years would have taken a somewhat different course. The remains of a myth. It looks like a charred chicken bone. Very precious to someone with a soft spot for rare species, though. so dark down here, it's like being in the shadow of a black hole. I can't go any further down without running the risk of injuring myself. Okay, different materials have different temperatures. Now I can make out what's around me again. A transmitter. I wonder if it can be activated somehow. Unless I'm very much mistaken, these characters haven't been painted at all. They look like they're made of chibis, an arcanite photoactive plastic material which reacts to colored light. Hello? I'd like to speak to the director of the museum. No one here. I suppose that was obvious. They're gone, but at least now I know that Mandra's alive. A Duracell badge. It could be quite a useful thing to hold on to. Ah, Violon Trona. The equivalent of our truth serum. If she's been given that, Mandra will have told Cato even her most intimate secrets. Quite a hefty breach of the Galactic Civil Rights Convention.
So this is where the escapee's hiding.
Bully! Man, you gave me quite the scare.
Wasn't exactly child's play hacking into the Duracell's positronic. First I go chasing those robots in order to save Mandra, then I get to the academy and Model's dead.
Just a minute, Bully. Can you explain to me...
And then you were playing cat and mouse with me, too. I didn't know who to chase first.
What's going on here?
Sorry. Just didn't know who was behind it. First this super drill, then the hole in the defensive shield being deactivated, then the attack. It's just one thing after another. Since Mondra got hold of Model's service robot, we didn't know whether we were coming or going. And you were unreachable. Perry, I had to negotiate.
Yes, but why didn't I ever hear anything about it?
You did. There are at least 6 external and internal security status reports lying on your desk. It's not my fault if you're notorious for ignoring them.
Oh, so it's my fault now, is it?
However you want to look at it. In any case, it's all right now. You have your authority as Regent again, all allegations have been dropped, and a special commission has been set up to look into the whole mess. There's just one question left.
Where did this Cato take Mondra?
The Arcanide Secret Service glider? Callaedus, a moon in the Gunham system.
Arcanide Empire.
There's no way we can pay a visit there right now.
Unless we happen to have an Arcanide Secret Service glider.
Come again?
Send me the coordinates. I'm flying over there. Make sure you stay with me. I'm sure I'll need your help again, old friend. What do we know about this Callaedus?
We only know that Callaedus was used by the Arcanide Imperator as a penal camp for a long time. A lot of research into illegal, chemical, and biological weapons was apparently carried out there. Then the entire moon was suddenly quarantined, and no one knows why. Since then, all hell's broken loose. It's full of smugglers, pirates, all the dregs of the galaxy, basically. And the Thora cell controls the whole thing. Perry, you sure you want to go there?
I've got no choice. If I want to save Mondra, I've got to get there as quickly as possible.
And you will. These Trigon gliders aren't your average comfortable spaceship. They're more like ultra-fast guided missiles. Get ready for a bumpy ride. Hold on to your hats landing.
Thanks for your words of encouragement.
Bon voyage.
What's that? It looks like a pen. But it could just as well be some kind of electronic tool. The transmitter sent me over here, but now I can't get back again. What's wrong with it? The door's shut. I hope it's not another of Cato's traps. That guy's beginning to get on my nerves. The water's been pumped out, but the door still won't open. Okay, the key fits. But by the looks of things, this key can be programmed for other locks, too. Ah, sounds like a working pump system.
Callaedus, sovereign territory of the Arcanide Crystal Empire. The 13th moon of the planet Gom has been under quarantine for ages.
This plasma converter is from one of the glider's propulsion units. It still contains a high residual voltage. It seems to have been torn off the system before it could discharge. Doesn't look like I'll get any further with this shuttle. I can only hope that this is really Callaedus. A sleeve for focusing plasma jets. It's probably from the fusion reactor. The stuff that's lying around here. The water canister was damaged in the crash. It'd be a shame if that precious fluid just trickled away into the ground. Not that I'm dying of thirst, but the air's so dry here. Great. The only tool from the glider's inventory that I can find is a primitive crowbar. Okay, if I bend this flange here and push the sleeve's lower edge over the converter's exhaust port. Okay, now I feed the bipolar energy supply in there, and I get a kind of plasma jet. It's very improvised and won't last very long either, but it'll fulfill its purpose for now. A greasy, foul-smelling affair. Why should I take something like that with me? Everything here is just dry and dirty. I need to make sure I get away from here quickly. If things continue like this much longer, I'll soon be as parched as this place is. I should have brought the glider down a little closer to the mining area. That's the gigantic mine that was mentioned in the exhibition, Elmo Dater. I've never seen anything like it before. Those don't look like Arcanide structures by any stretch of the imagination. What a chaotic design. This lift seems to be a kind of plasmatron evacutainer system, and this is the plasma generator. I hope there's enough heavy gas inside. I might be able to activate it using a targeted energy impulse that would allow the lift to be moved, at least for a short time. If I stick the crowbar in there, I get a lever I can use to operate the mechanism. Well, smooth it isn't. I'd need fat or grease to make it run a little better. Who would have thought this old canister would come in handy? But it's just right for transporting this stuff. I can scrape a lot off the stone using the opening, and that should definitely be enough. Well, it's worth a try, but no. If I carefully dribble this stuff onto the shaft, it should produce a kind of lubrication that will allow the thing to be moved more easily. This is going to be a tricky one. First, I'll have to open the maintenance compartment of the firing chamber, then insert my plasma jet into the opening. That should more or less fit. Now, I'll power up the emitter briefly. Well, what do you know? With a little imagination, determination, and a lot of luck, anyone can get a plasma generator to work. I have no idea how long the energy will last. I better make sure I get down there. Looks like it could work. This is pretty risky, but hopefully it won't be worse than the landing earlier. Right then, let's go. Wow, what a ride. But I'm still alive. Who would have thought? I can't imagine that the region of the League of Free Terrans is a welcome visitor here. Colonial Terrans probably aren't very popular here either, but at least no one will recognize me.
The protection of the blue creature!
Oh, why not? Just listen to that. You're never able to keep to the commandments.
What's this got to do with the commandments? If you just take it for yourself, and it's here with us now, and you don't have any recollection anymore, and say that you're its finder...
Of course, of course. You could have found it if it meant so much to you, but you let me do all the walking, and I'm so much more exhausted than you.
If anyone's finished here, then I am. I feel all jittery. The silver creature of sadness wishes to consume me.
Just wallow in self-pity, why don't you? That won't help us either. You're not exactly blessed with diligence as it is. I would be off immediately if I was the one whose job it was to procure things today. But where are we to look if you get banned everywhere thanks to your gallivanting?
If anyone here is to be accused of gallivanting, it's you.
How many countless times have I had to wait around somewhere, starving, while you were who knows where, by the craven-colored creature of disloyalty?
By the memory of the lilac-colored creature of impossibilities, that you should even imply such a thing. I would never have neglected you, ever.
At least I'm not pretending innocence. The proof is that I found the blessed blue creature.
I don't intend to listen to your impudent claims a minute longer. I, for my part, found it, and that's why its blessing belongs to me.
You discovered it? Oh, really? So am I supposed to have overlooked it?
Why not? I just paid attention. So you didn't pay attention to it, and now you want to take it away from me.
Of course! I had it last. I remember perfectly. Thank the holy creature of enlightenment. You just left it lying there.
The violent creature of stupidity speaks from your mouth. And where am I supposed to have got it from?
Oh boy, those two are so preoccupied with that creature doll, they don't even seem to notice me.
Ah, new face, and such a healthy one, too. My name is Agasha, my dear, and you can get everything you need from me. And who are you?
I'm Laszlo Diakonu. I'm new here.
Yes, I can see that. Before we get to the business part of our little tete-a-tete, may I ask what brought you here? You can hardly be from Callaedus the way you look. Terrans aren't exactly welcome here.
I'm looking for an Arcanide called Cato de Trumort. He must have arrived here recently as well.
Never heard of him. So what do you want? Oh dear, where did you get this rubbish? I haven't seen an ancient pit lamp like this for a long time. I'm not sure I can help you there. Let's see. You're a lucky beggar. I actually did still have one of those old energy packs here. It should still have enough juice in it. Just a moment. Am I right in thinking you want to pay with Galax?
I'm afraid I'm not carrying any other currency on me. Is there somewhere I can exchange it?
Exchange it? Most people here don't even know that the League of Free Terrans exists. I can give you an Eldo Ram credit, though. That's the established currency here. To do that, though, I'll have to pawn as many of your possessions of reasonable value as possible.
I guess that can't be helped. Then take a look and see what you can use.
Right, what do we got? That's good. That too. That even looks valuable. What's this supposed to be? That's okay, that too. Good, you can keep the rest. That gives you an Eldo Ram credit of 24 Tantas, my sweet. If you have any problems with it, you can contact me in confidence. Here's your energy pack.
Thanks.
This stuff is more than just unhealthy, my dear. If you mix it with sheet in a 2-to-1 ratio, for instance, you get a corrosive acid that will even dissolve a.k.a. So be careful what you do with it.
Igash's store, a trading post from the looks of it.
Yes, what? Come off it, what do you want?
And what species do you belong to? How cute! Can we be of help?
I'm looking for this man, Cato de Trumort. I followed him here.
Listen, my friend, you're in the lower end of Elmo data. It's not exactly a noble or aristocratic neighborhood, if you catch my drift.
Such high-class personages don't frequent these parts. The Trumort, the Silver, da.
Then you know where he is.
That, unfortunately, is not the case.
But there are those who might know.
Torrigan the medic would be such a person. If he makes time for you.
And he only does that for sick people with sufficient assets.
Echoed it. This must be a club or a bar or something like that. I hope I can get something to drink here. My throat's really dry. An Arcanide aphorism, Revontenthar dovulum mu. It means roughly, the day lasts forever, only the planets rotate. The Arcanides may be arrogant, but they're an ancient space-traveling people. Go-Go girls didn't dress quite as revealing as that back in the day, but at least they were real flesh and blood.
G'day, stranger. How about an odor?
An odor?
Yeah, just take a deep breath of it and off you go. Lyogira's Heavenly Ride, or Drapanian Shepherd's Fun, or Gentle Surf on Jilam Hirush, or...
I'm looking for someone.
Not me. I only sell odors.
Okay, then just give me something to drink. The air around here is so dry.
You couldn't afford anything to drink here. Aside from that, we're an odor bar. We don't sell liquids.
The symbol for a medic or a clinic. If you're unlucky, you'll encounter an Aura medic and end up paying a lot of money for terrible treatment. Kesnar Clinics. It says there that they're run by an Aura called Eel Torgent. While Auras are good physicians, they're completely unscrupulous. I can easily imagine that this Torgent has had the anti-serum for the epidemic here for quite some time, but would rather continue to make money by treating the symptoms.
Welcome to the Kesnar Clinic, precious living patient. Medic Eel Torrigan Sanatorium for Bacterial Diseases would like to provide you with the best, most affordable, and fastest possible therapy.
You will first be scanned for possible illnesses. Then a biotoxic plasmagram will be made and your general state of health checked using a permoscopic Sanguizin level.
But first, you will have to undergo a solvency check. We accept kroners, unith units, Ater dollars, Magrelans, and of course, Eldro Ram credits. Which would you like to pay with?
With my Eldro Ram credit.
You're welcome. Please stand behind the metograph for your check.
Just a completely safe spray-on disinfectant. This eliminates all superficial germs, pathogens, and possible parasites. After all, we don't want you infecting anyone else.
In the meantime, we've received the results from your examination, and I have to say, we don't get that here very often. You're completely healthy. Perhaps a slightly increased level of the stress hormones adrenaline alpha-3, sterazone, and testosterone, but all within the harmless ranges.
It's best if you just rest a little and put your legs up. Sometimes a relaxation odor can help you to calm down again, too.
We hope you have a nice and healthy day.
If I want them to let me in to see Thora in the clinic, I suppose I have no choice other than to poison myself. The cell activator will take a while to metabolize the poison. So let's just see how dangerous these odors are for me.
Okay, for starters, I recommend Illumination over Lazurius 2, a gentle odor particularly suitable for beginners. Coming up.
I just saw Abdil in the clinic. He's really ill.
Well, why does that fool have to wander around the lower levels all the time? Certain death awaits him there. He almost didn't make it back last time.
He says he wasn't by himself.
Of course not. That whole shady mob is prowling around down there.
He met Mad Hamilton. He was getting ready for a pretty long descent. Said he wanted to finally get to the bottom of things.
Now you're into all that too? It's all nothing but conspiracy theories. I mean, you know yourself how things work. That nonsense about there being someone pulling the strings.
Okay, your odor's ready. This is the inhalation bowl. Don't inhale too deeply the first time. Cheers.
Let's see what happens. Wow, that was really nice, but I feel anything but ill. And if I do that too often, I might even forget why I came here in the first place. The first one definitely did leave an impression, but it certainly didn't poison me. It's very possible that the second one will knock my socks off. I don't know whether that'll get me any closer to the clinic's emergency room, but I've got to try.
I see you've acquired a taste for it. Then try the Krypton Star Ride. It's a bit stronger, but you'll enjoy it. I'll have it ready for you in a moment.
Even you don't believe that.
But you must admit that you haven't resolved all the facts yet. How often have you seen one of them?
I do admit that the guys up there are quite conspicuously absent.
Then who else controls all this here? The city, the mines, the workers, the shops, the credits, and the distribution of water and sheed. The spreading and treatment of the disease. Someone, or something, must have ultimate control over this whole quarantine zone.
That may very well be, but that doesn't mean it has to be a hacker who reigns over the entire Arcanite network.
Here you go. Krypton Star Ride. I hope you have a nice trip.
Well, I don't really need to experience that a second time, but let's see what effect this one has. What was that? Man, my head is throbbing. What a ride. These odors sure make you lightheaded. But I've forgotten what I was looking for here anyway, so it doesn't matter.
And what would you like this time? Drapanian shepherd's fun? Nah, that's only for wimps. A pan-galactic thunder rattle. It's ready.
Well then, let's start the fun. You're the medic Torgen, aren't you? Getting to see you wasn't easy.
I can see, of course, that you're not who you pretend to be. This is not uncommon in Elmo data, but in your case I have to wonder about your rash behavior.
You know who I am?
The implanted cell activator in your shoulder was hard to overlook in my scans. I was just about to take a closer look at it when you woke up. You should rest a little more until your body has calmed down. The laceration on the back of your head has healed, but that cocktail of drugs you took wasn't exactly schoolboy stuff.
How long was I out?
Don't worry, only 25 Zentitontas have elapsed since you passed out at the bar. You were lucky that the bar owner's an honest character. Too much excitement isn't good for you right now. Relax. You can then continue your search with renewed energy.
Our medics are excited about anything that looks like an unresearched organism. Torgent, I have here the only preserved remains of an Illochim, or Yiladzimii, as the Arcanites call them. I would certainly be prepared to entrust them to you for your research purposes.
That would be a rather rare organism. But how do I know you're not going to palm a Posencow bone off on me?
You would have recognized that ages ago. And you have the guarantee of the Regent of the League of Free Terrans. How about it? Do we have a deal?
What do you want for it?
Answers, information, and the truth for once.
I'm just a medic. What do I know? You have to understand, Regent, that there are very powerful forces on Callaedus. Cato the Trumort has been working here for so long. I'm just a medic.
Cato works here? Alone? For Touracell or for another employer?
I don't know anything about that.
Of course you do, but you're afraid. Give me a clue. Otherwise, we don't have a deal.
But if I tell you what I know about the Trumort and his employer today, I'll be a dead Ara tomorrow. And then I won't benefit from this Illochim bone either. Mad Hamilton. No one knows what his real name is. He gets himself checked out here regularly.
But your treatments are expensive. How can he afford them?
Well, he's a crazy adventurer and treasure hunter. I don't know anyone else who's been in the lower levels so long or so frequently. Most find only illness or death there. Only someone like Hamilton finds mysterious and valuable things there. He does me a favor, I do him one, and we both benefit.
What's on the lower levels?
The illness, death, and decay. Nothing that would interest you, Regent.
But if I really wanted to go there, wouldn't I need an anti-serum to protect myself from the illness?
Regent, if we had something like that, then we could lift the quarantine.
You've had it for ages, I know you guys. So the Illochim bone no longer seems to interest you.
It's very difficult to make. The costs exceed that which one usually...
Give it to me, I'll pay for it.
I need to go and get it.
Hey, stranger. Do you have a cigarette, perhaps?
No, I stopped smoking a long time ago.
Never mind. It causes cancer anyway. I'm Ulban Krems. And you? What are you doing here?
Laszlo Dekonu. I'm looking for Cato de Trumort. He has...
Whatever. If you're looking for him, then you've lost already. Here they call him Skorgon, the Invisible One. If you have questions, you should talk quietly and make it quick. They see and hear everything, and it will be no laughing matter when the Ara comes back. Hamilton isn't mad. Anyone who's been frequenting the lower levels for such a long time must have a crystal clear mind. He's a guru for us fortune hunters, a teacher. I learned everything I know about surviving down here from him.
I heard that he's looking for something deep down in the mines.
He looks for all kinds of stuff down there. He sells most of it at Igarsha's, and they know each other well. But I think he's also got a deal with the Aris, although I don't exactly know how it works.
But that can't be the reason for putting himself in danger all the time.
Between you and me, Hamilton is one of those who are convinced that Quaterbat is the actual ruler of Callaedus. He's been looking for him ever since. I don't know anything at all about Cato personally. He's very powerful here, but there are far more potent forces.
What kind of forces? Who controls this planet?
Whoever controls the flow of Sheed probably has the most power on this dying moon. No one knows exactly who that is, but there are some who claim it's an omnipotent hacker called Quaterbat.
And the Arcanite government?
Them? The Divine Empire gets paid to look the other way. They just make sure that no one outside of this degenerate eyesore finds out what really goes on here.
What are the lower levels?
Elmo Data is one gigantic mine. No one really knows how big it is or how far down it reaches. There's no light anymore after the 23rd level. Certain death awaits you there. That's why they're also called the Black Levels.
Let's say I wanted to go to the Black Levels. How would I get there?
If you really want to get there, I can arrange access for you. It'll cost a little something, though.
Whatever you want.
Eyes. I want to be able to see with proper eyes again before I leave this filthy, dried-up moon. These cheap Ara implants are terrible. Everything looks blurry and two-dimensional.
And where can I get real eyes here?
No idea. But getting onto the Black Levels isn't easy either.
I told you to refrain from contact with other patients. The risk of infection is much too high here, and I'm afraid our medical care is very limited due to the special circumstances.
Save your breath. So, have you got something for me?
Of course. Why do you think I took so long? You're healthy. If you would follow me, please. Let's get down to business. Please, give me that bone.
You'll have to be patient a little longer. I want to get something for a friend beforehand, and I'll be counting on your valued support when I get back.
As you wish, Regent. But my patience will soon be exhausted, and the anti-serum will remain here in the meantime. Good luck.
And fly, you wonderful beings! Ah, terrifying! I can't breathe! Only water, water! But I'm floating! Oh, yes! I'm floating with... Oh! They're coming! Oh, no! I can't bear it! So fast! So fast! Oh, my head! Oh, my head! No, you can't do that! You can't! She will punish me! They will come and fly and take me and... Ah! Let me go! Let me leave! I have to fly and swim and fly!
Does my shop look like a flea market?
I don't bargain, sweetheart. I sell. Hamilton? What do you know about him?
Not much. Why do you want to know that?
Please, tell me everything, sweetheart. It means a lot to me. After that, you can ask me anything. Do you know where he is?
I only heard that he's on or preparing for a longer expedition to the lower levels. Nothing more.
Oh, you are such a good person, sweetie pie. Do old Igasha a favor and try to stop that stupid Hamilton from going. Find him and talk him out of all this nonsense. This will lead to nothing but certain black death. Promise me you'll find him. We have enough to get away from here somehow. Tell him that from me, my sweet. A lightless, sick pit, according to what Hamilton's told me. Only lunatics go down there of their own volition, and old Igasha has fallen for one of them, of all people. Please bring him back to me, my dear. But if you want to go down there, you'll need to get some anti-serum first. Then I can lend you the equipment you'll need. Oh, I don't know, dear boy. Crazy old Hamilton is convinced that he really exists. Of course, I've also wondered who runs everything here. After all, we're still alive. We're doing fine. But as for whether it's this quarter bat... I know Ulbun Krems. A fortune hunter like Hamilton, but unfortunately not as lucky. Since then, he's been wearing those wretched viewing lenses. Poor guy.
That's exactly what this is about, Igasha. He's going to get me access to the lower levels if I get him real eyes in return.
Real eyes? Organ trade is strictly prohibited here, sweetheart. But why don't you go to Echodim and ask for Macro de Thrang? You can get all kinds of illegal things from him. Organs, information, hired killers. Tell him I said hello. I know Ulbun Krems. A fortune hunter like Hamilton, but unfortunately not as lucky. Since then, he's been wearing those wretched viewing lenses. Poor guy.
That's exactly what this is about, Igasha. He's going to get me access to the lower levels if I get him real eyes in return.
Real eyes? Organ trade is strictly prohibited here, sweetheart. But why don't you go to Echodim and ask for Macro de Thrang? You can get all kinds of illegal things from him. Organs, information, hired killers. Tell him I said hello.
I'm looking for a certain Macro de Thrang.
And what makes you think he's here?
Igasha sent me.
So you want to see Macro? Does he know you're coming?
Not that I'm aware of.
Then things could get very uncomfortable for you. He doesn't really like people just dropping in. You'll find him back there in the booth. Tell the doorman you want to see Macro. Good luck.
Go-Go girls didn't dress quite as revealing as that back in the day, but at least they were real flesh and blood.
Hey, you ancient ruin. This is an event for young people, right? Either get your facade fixed or go and sit over there with those old-timers. Braskui, seriously, you're not allowed in. And really, I can hardly imagine you being a good dancer, so get out of here, old man.
You're not allowed in, Braskui.
I want to see Macro de Thrang.
Yeah, he's here. Welcome.
Oh, the Terran. I've been waiting for you.
The grapevine.
Exactly. That's how it is in small, straightforward little clans. By the way, do you want me to address you as Regent, or may I call you Perry?
That medic obviously isn't particularly discreet.
Never trust an Ara. Aras aren't in the slightest bit sociable. but everyone has its price. What can I do for you?
Old Man Krem sent me. He wants me to get a pair of eyes from you.
Get them from me? Get them from me? Now will you listen to that? Do I look like a charity or something? What is that blind Zanya thinking, anyway?
Everyone has his price.
You have no idea how things work around here. However, there is something that I'm missing. A little doll, you know. The creature puppets the Brews have. That silly superstition.
Perhaps. So?
Well, I've lost one of those things. It cost me a fortune, which is why it means so much to me. It's a naive representation of the blue creature. I'm sure you know what it looks like.
Why don't you look for it yourself, or have your men look for it?
Well, that would take time, and we're very busy. And since you're already here searching for something, and you would like dear Macro to do you a favor, you could do him a favor in return. A doll, Regent Perry, that's all. As soon as it's here, you'll get the eyes.
Okay, let's summarize. Still no sign of Cato, and therefore no sign of Mandra. At least he's known here, and he's pretty powerful too. But the one who's calling the shots here, or who's really in the know at least, seems to be this Quater Bat. I've got to find him. For that I have to go to the lower levels, and for that I need eyes for Krems. And it doesn't look as though I'll be able to avoid Macro.
Yes. What is it? No, we're too deep down. I can't get your image, but I can see your ugly face as clearly as if you were in front of me. Yes, of course. You'll get it. What is it? That can't be true. Oh, that Immortal's really getting on my nerves. Shut your mouth. Ephraim?
Stopan?
Connect me with Takio. Rhodan is in Elma Data. He must under no circumstances be given access.
Takio will not disappoint you, Stopan.
She can do whatever she likes with him as far as I'm concerned. All I want is to finally get my hands on Diamond's notebook.
You will soon have it, Stopan.
Welcome to the Kesnar Clinic, precious living patient. Medic Il Torrigan's Sanatorium for Bacterial Diseases would like to provide you with the best, most affordable, and fastest possible therapy.
I'm doing wonderfully, thank you, but I have an appointment with Torgent himself.
And when is this appointment exactly? Medic Torgent is very busy.
Right now.
Spare yourself the effort, Perry. Terrans. My charming assistants don't admit people to me just like that. Thanks, Mandy. I won't be able to see anybody for a while. This is your last visit here, Regent Rhodan. I'm arousing suspicion just by associating with you. So, hand over that rare extremity now.
You need to do me one last favor before I give you the Illochim bone. The two blues that were just admitted?
What about them? Do you know them?
Not really. I don't know what's wrong with them either, but I have to speak to them urgently.
That will be difficult. But you can see the state they're in for yourself. If you would follow me, please.
What about them?
They're dying. I've sedated them so they can't feel the pain. They have evidently poisoned themselves, but I haven't got the slightest clue what with. There's no substance to be found in their bodies that could cause such symptoms.
Can't you heal them?
How am I supposed to treat something I don't recognize? But perhaps you can explain their condition.
Didn't they have a doll with them when they were admitted?
That silly creature doll? An embarrassing blues superstition. What about it?
I don't know, but I need it.
It is the property of these lamentable creatures. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything for you.
Didn't they have a doll with them when they were admitted?
That silly creature doll? An embarrassing blues superstition. What about it?
I don't know, but I need it.
It is the property of these lamentable creatures. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything for you.
Okay, Torgent, here's the bone. You can have it, but I want that doll first.
Fine, if this childish devotional object means so much to you. There. That was the last favor I'll do for you. Now give me that ominous extremity.
Weren't you going to give me a little parting gift?
Here is the serum. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Regent. If you would follow me now, please.
Oh, but I hope you're going to keep helping me.
Very unlikely, Regent Rhodan. I'm a very busy medic. Other clients require my help too, and not everyone has such influential friends as you do.
What's that supposed to mean?
You will understand, even without my help. It would suit me very well if we did not meet again.
Ah, there we go. Then let's have a look. You shouldn't inhale that, Regent. Don't worry, it volatilizes quickly. Well, there it is. Very nice. Was about time. Now, down to business. Here, for my old friend Krems, as good as new, hardly worn. But you worry too much, Regent Perry. That will only give you a headache. It would be better if you left now.
You must leave now.
Regards to my friend Krems.
Closed. Hello? No movement inside. How am I going to get to Krems now? Okay, how did it go? You need to mix this stuff with liquid in a 2-to-1 ratio. Oh, that stinks. Hang on. If this stuff really is all that corrosive, why is the container staying whole? Let's see. Just a small drop. Wow, this stuff burns through the ground faster than I can see. That's what I call an aggressive acid. Closed. Hello? No movement inside. How am I going to get to Krems now? If I carefully trickle this acid into the slit in the doorway... Well, what do you know? But that probably won't go unnoticed for long. Aha, androids. That explains their perfect condition, of course. The Aras made so-called bios in this area for hundreds of years. Brainless Frankenstein's monsters, cannon fodder for the Arcanites. That's why they now lead the field in creating artificial life. It's just as well I didn't regain consciousness in that. It looks like a torture device from mankind's Middle Ages. There's no way this can work. Hey, Krems, everything okay?
Huh? What? Who? What do you want? Have we met?
Don't you remember me?
Should I? Who are you?
I was here earlier. You said you could obtain access to the black levels for me?
I see. So, you're a fortune hunter too. It looks like my memory has suffered heavily.
I'm afraid I haven't made myself very popular in getting real eyes for you. Don't tell me you don't remember that either.
Holy, it's true! You've got eyes for me! Let me see! Here, take my implants. They aren't much good as eyes, but maybe you can use them in your search. Tell me, are you a Terran?
Anything against it?
No, I'm glad you're still alive. Take good care of yourself in future if you want to stay that way. There's no mercy on the lower levels, and no one to protect you.
I want to go to the lower levels. You said you'd give me access to them.
Oh yes, it's you. Take this. From a mutual friend of ours.
What mutual friend?
A Terran like you. But I don't know him personally. I found this pass in my things recently, with a written request to give it to a Terran looking for Quaterbat. No one must know that you have it, that's all.
That's all?
That's all. Quaterbat is a legend. I have no idea whether or not he really exists. They say he was a former scientist, forced by Aras to do experiments on the prisoners, but no one's seen him since the catastrophe in the quarters. There are rumors circulating among us fortune hunters and among the junkies that he has a laboratory deep in the bowels of the mines, where he continues to research the secrets of immortality, stuff like that. In truth, no one here knows anything.
It's just as well I didn't regain consciousness in that. It looks like a torture device from mankind's Middle Ages.
Hello, Laszlo. Nice to see you again. If I'd known at the Academy that you're actually Rhodan, I would have killed you then.
But then we would have missed this romantic reunion, wouldn't we? Ooh, a sarcastic one.
Can I offer you another odor?
Someone's using a gun to prevent me from entering a building. Is there anyone here who might be able to help me?
That's your problem, stranger. I sell odors and leave all the other business to those who need it most. You understand that, don't you?
Can you be a bit more specific?
If you have anything valuable to offer, you can ask any one of these broken guys here. Zimbart over there, for example, is a former mercenary. That doesn't make him a sociable guy, but he too has his weaknesses.
I don't talk to primitive people.
I've got the anti-serum for the illness.
And what am I supposed to do with your anti-serum, Braskoi?
You're infected. You'll die.
I know that myself. How am I supposed to know that your serum works, Terran?
It's from Torgent, the medic. You can ask him.
Fine. Give it to me.
But first, you must do me a little favor.
I figured as much. Only death is free.
This unfriendly mercenary really seems to need the anti-serum more urgently than I do. After all, the cell activator will save me. But before I give it to him, you'll have to do me a little favor. I want you to immobilize someone for me.
Immobilize? I may be a fallen soldier of fortune and a former mercenary, Braskoi, but I'm not an assassin.
You're not supposed to kill her. Simply putting her out of action will suffice.
Oh, and to top it off, it's a she. Well, where will I find her?
Walk out the door and keep to the right. Near the bridge that leads to the locked gate is where you'll find her.
So, she is guarding the entrance. Could be a bit difficult, but okay. And what do I get in return?
Once you've knocked her out, you'll receive the anti-serum. The faster you return, the higher your chances of recovery.
With my charm, she'll drop her weapons fast enough. Well, Regent Perry, how may I help you this time? Do you need something to get your mind off of things, clear your thoughts? Or are you still looking for your friends? So, Regent Perry, what do you want from me? Come on now, don't give me that ridiculous urban legend quarterback. Of course, there are powerful hackers out there in the galactic net. A guy like Quaterbat has so many names. Parry Hotter, Crank Jankers, Default Answer, Quintessence, Prey Boy. No idea.
Quintessence?
So what? Every government is interested in people with those kinds of skills. He's been swimming in cash, power, and beautiful bodies for ages now.
Now, why would he choose this desolate, pathetic moon of all places as the seat of his empire? Isn't it more likely that he's actually acting as a consultant to some powerful statesman? Or that he's actually one of them himself?
You certainly know a lot about him.
Only what you hear around here, Perry, my friend. Only what you hear. Oh, did that little girly Dezina turn your head, Regent Perry? I'd be careful if I were you. That little one has powerful friends. You shouldn't get in their way.
Those are exactly the friends I'm looking for.
Too bad for you. Can't help you with that one, Perry, my friend. Why do you want to go there, Regent Perry? It's horrible there. Too many washed-up freaks. Too many organ hunters. 2/3 of those who go down there never return. And the rest come back living corpses, zombies. It's no fun down there, believe me. Oh, so you've already heard about my friend Hamilton. A very pleasant companion. He always has a lot of stories to tell. He's always on the road, that Hamilton. But I think he doesn't believe what he sees, and that has made him ill. I figured you'd have something like that. Without their insignia, you can't get past the Celis de Tantor, can you?
Celis de Tantor? Eyes of Liberation. Never heard that before.
They're supposed to prevent people from trespassing on this moon. But who'd want to do that in the first place? And the Duracell are there to prevent anyone from leaving. Regent Perry, if all you want to do is bore me with your questions, then there's surely no hurry. My head is throbbing. Come back later.
Come back some other time.
Okay. My friend, that woman gave me a really hard time. Killing her would have been easier. But at least she's out of action now. What'll happen to her now?
It would be best if she could remain that way till I left the city.
But before you leave this city, you're gonna pay me my salary, Braskui.
Of course. You've earned the anti-serum.
Okay, then give it to me. I just hope this stuff really works, or else you'll soon be looking just like your little friend, Braskui, if it's the last thing I do in this life.
The immortal Laszlo. Too spineless to dirty your hands with me, weren't you?
No, actually, too weaponless. I'm a lot more relaxed talking to you now.
Come on, admit it. You were scared of me. The powerful regent of the League of Free Terrans is weak where women are concerned.
Peculiar lock mechanism. I hope Krems gave me the right card. This is where I can finally drop my disguise. If I encounter any organ hunters, they'll kill me anyway, no matter what I look like. Not really compatible. This vehicle dates back to the old mining days. These look like lockers for miners or guards. There's normally a way to let them down somehow. There are codes engraved in the bottom. I could just enter the code from this locker into the key. I could just enter the code from this locker into the key. You can always rely on the Arcanides. Anything that proves effective becomes a standard that lasts for a very long time. Let's see what the former owner of this locker left behind. Looks like most of it's no longer useful. What's that hard thing? A metal rod. I'm sure it'll come in handy. I could just enter the code from this locker into the key. I assume nobody's opened this locker in centuries. What do we have here? A file or a screwdriver or a bottle opener? No idea, but tools always come in handy. I could just enter the code from this locker into the key. It's broken off. Great. So much for Arcanide craftsmanship. Well, tidy it isn't. I wonder if I'll find anything useful in here. The strap here is made of elastomer. Could be stratoplast. What a strange arrangement. It could be a lock or a kind of mechanism. What are these levers for? The writing is completely worn off, and these few signs could mean anything. Well, look, the metal rod seems to be the missing handle. Wonderful. Now I should be able to use the switch. Nothing's happening. So why has the handle been removed? I can't move the lever. It's completely buried in the surface underneath. I can't move the lever. It's completely buried in the surface underneath. According to that symbol, it could be a switch used to activate the power. It doesn't have a noticeable effect, though. I can't move the lever. It's completely buried in the surface underneath. What a strange arrangement. It could be a lock or a kind of mechanism. This vehicle dates back to the old mining days. These parts seem familiar somehow. It looks as though I'll need one more to get this thing going again. I'm curious to see whether this will really... Ouch! Wow, it's live! All I'm going to get for my pains are burnt fingers. If I wrap this elastomer, or whatever this is, around here, the stick will be completely insulated. Great. If only everything in life was so easy. What a strange arrangement. It could be a lock or a kind of mechanism. Okay, and what's this gadget for? The prisoner's quarters. Something about an experimental wing. I can't make out any more. There are a few names. Jeffer Zalem? Baal Grant? Narthum? Just a minute. Quentin Bartholomew. Doesn't sound like an Arcanide name. QB. Quater Bat. Well, it would make sense. The light's certainly not coming from the surface of the moon. I'm much too deep down for that. There must be an artificial light source around here somewhere. What's that? It looks like a seatbelt or a swing. Wow, what a wind! That must be a shaft or the ventilation system. It could be difficult to get through there. A warning sign erected by the Arcanide government. Turning off the ventilators is punishable by law. I don't know if it's such a good idea to try to get in there. And here's the sign of the Turacell again. They seem to have controlled the whole moon. And perhaps they still control it now, even the ventilation shafts. This is some kind of control panel or unit. It's deliberately been destroyed. Here's something. Maintenance unit. Air current transforming energy generator. Main controls. Arcanide bureaucratic jargon at its best. Perhaps I can cobble together something temporary. I'm no technician, but I did train with the U.S. Space Force. I have got no clue as to what I'm supposed to fix on this thing. Perhaps I can cobble together something temporary. I'm no technician, but I did train with the U.S. Space Force. It looks as though there's some components missing. They'll need to be replaced to use the control panel or whatever that is. Good grief, who built all this? This could be the prisoners' quarters. It certainly doesn't look very inviting. I don't want to know what the conditions were like for the prisoners kept here. The Arcanides aren't exactly members of the USO. Whatever was meant by experiments, they certainly weren't intended to improve living conditions for those held here. Something bloody's been dragged along here. The blood's still fresh. Something bloody's been dragged along here. The blood's still fresh. It's as dark as the shadows of the moon in there. I've no desire to end up as a meal for the organ hunters. Hopefully this will keep those creatures off me.
Light.
You're still alive? You'll bleed to death. I've got nothing to bind your wounds with. Oh no.
It's okay. It's too late. I can't feel my body anymore anyway.
What can I do for you?
It's enough to know that I will die in the company of a civilized life form. I'm Baldrian Hamilton. Up here they call me Mad Hamilton.
Hamilton? I've heard a lot about you. I'm Perry Rhodan. Nice to meet you.
Perry Rhodan? I thought you were just a hero from a science fiction series. What an honor. The Trumors. He's got almost as much on his conscience as that darned plague. Everywhere else, he's known as a common thief. But in Elmo Daughter, he's the king of thieves.
What could he have been looking for in the lower levels?
What would anyone be looking for down here? I've seen just a tiny part of the black levels, but from what I've seen, this whole moon has been mined. Mined using ancient pain. Have you ever heard of Venice? It's an ancient city on Terra.
Yes. I originally wanted to spend my honeymoon there, back when it still existed.
They say it was built entirely on pillars. That's how this city was constructed too, on the pillars of the Arcanides' sins.
What do you mean?
This whole epidemic thing. All the poor creatures suffering and dying in the quarters. Do you think that was a natural disaster? There's something here. Quarterbat knows the way to it. I was with him. I saw him. He really exists, and he's still alive. But it was hard to find him. My energy was spent. The way back was too long.
So that's why your lamp has gone out. But please, tell me more about Quarterbat.
He must be very old. Some say immortal. He came here voluntarily when the Aras began the tests on the prisoners. A well-known Terran scientist.
Quarterbat's a Terran? Are you sure?
He hasn't been a Terran in a long time. If he was, he is the only one who's ever come here. Except for you, of course. Perry Rhodan. Now, it's getting cold. just leave me here.
But I can't just leave you behind.
Don't worry about me. Find your way. I don't need a hole in the ground. I'll be more useful this way. Perry Rhodan, it was an honor.
And I can't do anything more for you now. Rest in peace, Baldrian Hamilton. The organ hunters obviously couldn't do anything with this. The light at the surface was never this bright. This has got to be coming from... What kind of a structure is that? It looks as though it was thrown together in a great hurry. But what's it for? Something's been wrenched out of this bracket. Krems was right. These sight lenses might actually still be useful. Concave or convex? That must be the right way. I'm getting the impression that this thing gets bigger and bigger the further down I go. This looks nothing like a mine anymore. What a bizarre structure. It looks like an oil rig, but they would hardly have been drilling for oil here. All the connections and bridges have been ripped out. Either nobody's supposed to get in there, or nobody's supposed to get out. This seems to be the only connection to that bizarre platform over there. Perhaps it's a power supply cable. It fits. Then this is that unique transport system here on Callaedus. Whatever it is, just hanging onto the pulley isn't going to work. It's not going to hold. Okay, this cone might fit in here. No, perhaps this way. No, somehow they don't fit together. If I modify this assembly a little bit, sand down this cone here and here, and bend this here round, I might be able to attach it to the transport bracket. Let's see if this works. And there we are. It's a little bit improvised, perhaps, but I'm not looking to win any product design prizes. I can't even see the ground here, and I'm trusting myself to a piece of equipment that might be 10,000 years old. That brings the relative nature of my immortality a bit closer to home. Right, let's go. This opening lets the small amount of light into the room below, but the stench coming from there is almost unbearable. Another strange contraption. Whoever made this has gone to a lot of trouble to direct the light to this spot. What a mess! It looks as though a battle's been fought here. Look here, a modulator for amplifying the hypercom signal. They obviously had telecommunications issues down here. This control panel is similar to the one in the quarters. This circuit board's loose. I might be able to do something with this. This switch has obviously been installed after the fact, but all the equipment is off. No power. Someone's used this device recently. Hamilton, perhaps? But how, with no power? It's pitch black in there. And if I'm not mistaken, there are organ hunters lying in wait for me, too. I'll have to illuminate the darkness a bit if I want to go in there. No artificial light, of course. If the air shafts are closed, the turbines can't generate any electricity. There's another component here that looks familiar. I'm assuming it belongs here too. This circuit board seems to be part of it as well. If I wipe the blood off the contacts... voila! It's exactly the same design. Let's see whether the circuit board fits in here. Let's see what this switch does.
Video log for the 26th of Prago of Drian, 21,357 to Arc. Sakatha Thora. We are seeing worrying changes in the prisoners held in the passages and quarters of the Lotus 7 district of the 37th level. They are showing increasing sensitivity to daylight. Some are vomiting blood and developing weeping bloody sores. According to the latest information we've received, the medics and sawbones called to attend them have come across similar symptoms in other blocks, and have stated that they began working on a cure immediately. Video log for the 28th Prago of Drian, 21,357 Da'ark, Sakathor Thora. We're now sure that the lower levels have been contaminated by a pathogen that the prisoners have caught while working in the mines there. The origins of these organisms are unclear, but we have placed the lower levels under quarantine and sealed them up as a precautionary measure. 2 security units and several guards have not returned. But what we saw and heard from Helmet Comm before we lost the connection is more than concerning. It's frightening. We can only hope that the great medics in their labs find a cure for this plague soon. Oh, goodness knows what will happen. Video log for the 33rd Prago of Drian, 2,746 Da'ark, Sakathor Thora. What's going on there? We've had no contact with the control center for days now. No reply, no supplies, no provisions, no support, no relief, nothing. We are barely managing to keep the growing number of those creatures in check. I'm going to assemble a small troop to travel to the surface, to find out what's going on, and to organize materials and equipment. To save electricity, we've devised a contraption to channel the sunlight and to direct it where we want it. Let's see how long we can stick it out. Video log for the 35th Prago of Drian, 21,746 Da'ark, Sakathor Thora. They've locked us in. They've sealed us in. The tunnels to the quarters, the exits and bridge. They've just welded them shut from the outside. Only Erowayne and Georest have come back. They found all the exits barred. How can they do that to us? We're Argonauts like them, and they've locked us in, to be eaten alive by these organ-hungry monsters. As long as there's light and power, as long as we're here taking care of each other, we'll maintain our identity as Argonauts, and our pride, by the son of Archon. 746 Da'ark. The situation is horrific. Some of my men have been affected already. They're vomiting blood and have started attacking their own comrades. We've had to send them over the bridges to the quarters. If things continue like this, we're going to fall apart without a fight. We don't want to perish like this. If we're going to die, we'd rather take as many of them as possible with us than... Video log for the 4th Prago of Masan, 21,746. Sakathor Thora. They've cut the electricity supply. It seems that those degenerate beasts aren't quite as stupid as we thought. No light, no heat, just that little bit of emergency power from the wind generators. It's not nearly enough to keep them at bay. Video log for the 6th Prago of Masan. We've blown up the bridge. There are just too many of them. We attempted a sortie and pumped the cretins' bodies full of almost all our ammunition. But more just keep coming. They've become foul, disgusting creatures who eat their own carrion. And they will come. They're coming. They're using the wires, clinging to one another, and building bridges out of body parts. They're coming, and we're almost out of ammunition and power for our defensive shields. Tran Atlan be with us.
It struggles. One life, two complete certainties, 3 goals, 4 stations, 5 friends, 6 angel-like beings. Our will guides us. Right, take a rest, a footrest on your steps. 1, 2, and 1. Drip, drip, drip. Dragged behind the waves and buffeted fro and to. He's going the whole way, the whole. Yet immortal knights bend their heads and breathe a life out. How many lie on yours? Trusted, loved, hated, lost, and found again. Your shadow precedes its reputation and throws itself upon your love. There, he's here. He's finally here with us. Waited and waited so long for him, unable to die for 3,000 years, and yet wanting to die, give up, see what others can and one cannot, live a life. You want a mortal life without giving anything?
You want something from me? I thought you led me here.
You can hesitate. Boredom you can buy. Die a lingering death. Your loved ones before you, for the moment is too long for love. Thus, the perpetrators, 1 and 2. The one has, the other wants. Both have something and both wait. Time stands still. The cold fist as a plaything. Greed and ambition are his life. Only one direction, no way back. Striving for eternal might, uneasy times created by violence. Broken spirit, no feelings, cold blood. Rhodan must disappear. Love is fragile. You'll find it again in his hand. We're both seeking a dream, each on the trail of his powerful being, which unites us. The wish of one is the wish of the other to realize his wishes. They left a sign, just one sign, a sign. What does a person need? What is my ultimate happiness? Was a child to live a life will never come back. Being to being, give, strive, weave happiness, and the love you seek, a thing she did, and did it to me. Words not to hear, signs not to grasp, not to see. I was her search, her collection only for me. Her share of it to fill my gaps you carry with you. Give it to me. Cross-section of all algorithms. Connect your data. System profile a pulse and 1,000 megahertz and never stops beating. Who hears him scream? Lonely pain in dark night. In the body no longer I, no more will, and yet will a person no more, only answers without questions. Sing the song of the angels, sing and sound to wind the net, immortal beings winged the oceans, strode through space and borders on an eternal quest. For what? A dream? I'm no dreamer, Perry. You should know that, to find them again. The perpetrators, 1 and 2. The one has, the other wants. Both have something and both wait. Time stands still. Not this thing. Scrap, just scrap. Old and unedifying. Keep it, and give me the other. That which answers the questions. She has gathered it, searched for it, found it, written it down. That information I want, need, love. No. I know he has it here. He carries it, won't give it to me. Love he wants. Live with love. I can give you the way to her. I want the knowledge, clarity, truth.
Fine, Mr. All-Knowing, All-Seeing, All-Hearing. Here's the notebook you want from me.
A book? The remains of dead trees to capture dreams. A dialogue for 2, hidden from my sight.
But before I entrust Mondra's notes to you, you'll have to show me the quickest way to get to her. Otherwise, neither of us will get what we want.
A book. The remains of dead trees to capture dreams. A dialogue for 2, hidden from my sight, that which will become truth. Legacy.
Where has this insane hacker brought me to? This looks like a dimension gate.
Jamondi's ocean, a sea of 1,000 stars. A grain of sand is sought love. Fear is forever, trust ebbs away. Away.
Does this mine ever end? If my sources are correct, the Illochim built all this just to extract Sheed. Is that possible? What did they use it for?
Stellar ocean of Jamondi. In this nearly completely unexplored stellar cluster lies an asteroid, lifeless and inhospitable. Betha Phui 762. Its perforated stone mass holds billions of tons of crystalline water and the stranded cruiser of the Illochim.
The dimension gate is closed again. I have no idea how to reactivate it. I hope there's a ship here. But Cato must have arrived here too somehow. If he is even here, that is. The dimension gate is closed again. I have no idea how to reactivate it. I hope there's a ship here. But Cato must have arrived here too somehow. If he is even here, that is. The dimension gate is closed again. I have no idea how to reactivate it. I hope there's a ship here. But Cato must have arrived here too somehow. If he is even here, that is. Ancient runes. They could be characters invented by the old-timers, or the superintelligence IT. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Is that a spaceship? It looks as though it crashed here thousands of years ago. An Arcanide research station. It doesn't look new by any stretch of the imagination. So, Cato isn't the first to carry out archaeological investigations here. The ship is beginning to reveal its true dimensions. Good grief, its external plating doesn't have any openings, windows, or doors. It looks like a gigantic closed shell. They don't seem to be expecting visitors. There'd be guards here otherwise, or at least a defense mechanism. Cato must be assuming that Takio is successful, or he just doesn't expect anyone else to come here. This can't be. I'll get you out of there. But how? Stay calm, Perry. As long as she's here and you're alive, there's a future. One thing at a time. Ah, this seems to be a living crystal. It's encasing Mandra completely, but keeping her alive. A type of hypercom, an Arcanide model. I should try to contact Bully. All kinds of signals in the immediate vicinity, but otherwise just cosmic noise. A type of hypercom, an Arcanide model. I should try to contact Bully. All kinds of signals in the immediate vicinity, but otherwise just cosmic noise. Perhaps I can use this to amplify the signal to a point where I can contact Bully. With a little luck and not too much interference.
Perry, at last. Where are you? How can I help you?
I'm on some kind of asteroid somewhere in the stellar ocean of Jamondi.
What? How'd you get there? And I'm here at GOM, grappling with the Arcanide authorities to get admission to the quarantine area. I guess I can forget that now.
Forget GOM Callaedus. It's much too dangerous anyway. Come here instead.
Fine. Where are you?
Can't you locate my signal?
You seem to be transmitting using an encrypted frequency. Anyway, that's all Arcanide technology. I can't locate it at all. Give me a clue.
I don't have one. I have no idea where this asteroid is located.
Then find out. Or it could be a while before we see each other. I'll start heading for Boulder 44.
Yeah, thanks, Bully. I'll get in touch as soon as I know more. Perhaps these ancient characters will indicate some kind of place name. Bully would be able to use them then. No idea how this is supposed to work. I hope this old code means something to Bully.
Yes, Perry? You got something for me?
There's an old station here from the hyper cocoon around the stellar ocean. I discovered this inscription on it. I'm transmitting it to you now.
Oh man, Perry, you're not serious. Do you know how old this language is?
Someone will be able to translate it.
Sure, once we've exhumed him.
Well, that'll have to do, Bully. That's the only clue I can find. Mandra and I are stuck here, and I can't find a spaceship anywhere, so please, at least make an effort.
All right. Already on my way, old boy.
Hold yourself.
Gentlemen, the objective of this successful cooperation with the Terran Robotics Institute has been achieved.
It certainly took long enough. I'd feared Martel would contact Rhodan before sending us the drill.
Which he also did. Luckily, the Regent isn't easy to get hold of, and if Takio does a good job, no one will ever get hold of him again. Please step inside, gentlemen.
If I understood properly, the gentlemen up there are already in the ship and on their way. I must make sure to dissuade Cato from his scheme. Whatever it is he's looking for in there, it certainly isn't in everyone's best interests. Exactly! Why didn't I think of that before? That'll surprise him. I'll reroute the signal via hypercom to prevent the transmitter from being directly located. The surprise might work then.
What's that now?
The Trumort. This is Amo Martel speaking.
What? How?
You'd better watch who you try to trick.
But Takio...
Fell for my programmed android double. Congratulations, but not a business. We had an agreement, and I fulfilled my part. But you don't turn your back on your enemy unless he's dead, so I equipped the drill with a high-performance tracking device.
That's completely impossible.
Whatever you say, but I'll be reaching the asteroid in the 11th quadrant in approximately 20 minutes. My team and my crew will then begin implementing the plans immediately. Martel out.
No!
But Stolpan, didn't Takio...
Takio has made mistakes before, but if this is true, then that was one too many. Everyone get back! I need to verify this.
It's the only way. Maybe I can use the drill to cause an explosion inside the ship. It's full of putrefaction gases and methane hydrates. That might work. Those are the controls for the drill. They're complicated. Definitely not for technophobes. Those are the controls for the drill. They're complicated. Definitely not for technophobes. The creatures that inhabit this spacecraft are entirely unknown to me. I've never seen a design like this. They could be living organisms, but this could just as easily be organic equipment. From the way it stinks here, I guess the process of decay started a long time ago. The center of the ship, is that an optical illusion, or is there really light coming from there? There can't possibly be any energy left here after such a long time, let alone life. That looks like an impression of the Supram lens. Why does this creature have a mount for it on its head? That reminds me of dolphins or whales. They have an organ in that spot for communicating and for orienting themselves underwater. This Supran lens is broken. Maybe that was why the ship crashed. Or else it broke during or because of the crash. In any case, it seems to have something to do with this powerful Illochim here. And with the ship's controls. So that's why Cato's here. The frequencies of the Supran lens. Let's see what happens if I talk to it.
Voice import in progress. No match with humanoid voices identifiable.
It actually seems to be having an effect. These organic structures seem still to be alive after all. The entire ship seems to react to these sounds. Perhaps the Illochim are still alive after all. Of course, that's very unlikely, but somehow it wouldn't surprise me either.
Perry Rhodan, what an unexpected honor. I'm not going to hide the fact that I'm a little disappointed to see you here. But you know how difficult it is to acquire qualified specialists as employees. A whole universe full of washouts. Well, here we are now, and it would be easy for me to have you killed. It looks as though we're just two puppets being manipulated by a mad puppeteer. Haven't you felt lately as though someone were guiding your steps? And didn't you feel uncomfortable about that? But, Regent Rhodan, together, the two of us could put a stop to Quaterbat's game.
Is that all you want, Cato? To eliminate Quaterbat?
You're forgetting that I have the lens, Perry. With it, we could finally contact these superior immortal creatures again. You are one of the most powerful men in the galaxy. With my help, and the knowledge of the Illochim, you could rule it completely.
How selfless of you, Cato. Why do I find it so hard to trust you? It doesn't look as though I'll be able to dissuade Cato from his scheme. He wants power and immortality. What else? The question is, how do I get out of here alive?
I suspected you'd be too afraid to do something really big. You really are just the pathetic Terran upstart who, by an unlucky coincidence, stole the way to immortality from the Arcanides. But you won't be able to stop us this time. No one can stop me now.
That's a control for the drill head. I've no idea how to set what. That must be for controlling other systems of the drill or drill head. The drilling process was obviously designed to be supervised by
You have made a critical
two people.
setting. The highest performance level has been reached. System stability is at risk if you do not make a manual correction. If the critical state persists, please put on the protective clothing for your own safety. will performance level has reached a critical state.
Can't even open this box.
Please put on the
Probably
protective
secured with a
clothing for
security
your
lock
own
for my
safety.
The box is heavy enough to disable the entire positronic. Let's see if this also turns off the safety mechanism. Wait a moment, that's not right. That isn't data being analyzed, it's data being transmitted. But who's doing it? There's no one here. Who's transmitting data to whom? IT was never one of my strong points. Here's a signature. Quintessence. Of course, Quater Bat. But what's happening? He's transmitting this data to the spaceship, to the Illochim. But why? Think, Rhodan. Yes, he's communicating with them. He's speaking to them. He wanted this contact the whole time. He wants... Not Cato. I've got to stop it. If everything goes as planned, things will soon start getting hotter out here.
Okay, one more time. Reginald Bull here, Residence Minister for Defense of the League of Free Terrans. Confirm contact.
Bully? It's Perry Rhodan.
Man, Perry, do you know how long I've been trying to reach you? So scared I nearly wet myself.
Great that you're there, old friend.
Yeah, we're on our way to get you out of there. How's Mondra?
She's alive. Hurry.
Don't worry, old friend.
We in the deep, where ore thrives, which you so treasure, have paved your way, the great masters of immortality, that you might roll again, from where you were driven, for the old balance will be restored by those that love it. Love it.